Chapter 1071. It's here, it's here. The guardian tree is glowing. The domain of gods is open. Seeing the gentle green light emitted by the guardian tree, the older generation all cried out in surprise and told the younger generation what was going on. However, after hearing the voices of the older generation, the younger generation who came for the first time became even more puzzled. The domain of gods is open. Where is it? Where is it? I don't see it. Some of the younger generation looked around in an attempt to find the place of God's spirits. Some closed their eyes and used their senses to sense where the place of God's spirits was. However, in the end, none of them were able to find the place of God's spirits. Didn't they say the domain of gods was open? Where is it then? The younger generation looked at each other with confusion written all over their faces. This caused the older generation to laugh out loud. It seemed like the older generation was teasing the younger generation. Only those with higher status who more or less knew about the place of God did not participate in this. Their eyes were fixed on the guardian divine tree, which was emitting green light. Their faces were full of seriousness. Wu Yan didn't know how the domain of gods was opened or how it existed. However, he could clearly sense that an extremely strong spatial ripple was constantly twisting on the trunk of the guardian tree, which was emitting a soft green light. Wu Yan and the others watched as the space in front of the guardian tree started warping. The green dots looked like they were tossed into a pool of water. They turned into green ripples that rippled outwards. What is that? Many people from the younger generation looked at this scene in astonishment. Even those from the older generation were surprised. Everyone present had different expressions on their faces. The space that was rippling with green ripples gradually became distorted. Then, it began to expand rapidly. Numerous tiny green light spots suddenly condensed in the slanted space. Immediately after, a buzzing sound like an explosion resounded. The entire area was covered in green light. Everyone, including Wu Yan, raised their arms. They covered their faces. It blocked this part of the glare. Only Jarlin, Magnubi, and Linya, the three demigod rankers, remained calm as they stared ahead under the strong light. They didn't look away. A few minutes later, the light dimmed. People tried to suppress their racing heartbeats. They opened their eyes and looked forward. Then, they saw a scene. There was a large hole in the void. That was the only way to describe it. Seeing a hole in the void with their own eyes, the youngsters who saw it for the first time were all stunned. Wu Yan was also a bit surprised, but it only lasted for a split second. Looking at the hole, Wu Yan finally understood why someone said that the place of gods was opening. He was afraid that the hole in the void was either the entrance to an independent space, or it was just like Violet's Gap, a passage directly opened in space. Entel's voice confirmed Wu Yan's suspicions. This is the passageway to the place of gods. Entel didn't look back. He used his demonic power to spread his voice. This is a passageway that can only be opened by the guardian tree once every 10 years. Through this passageway, you can reach the place of gods. But be careful. Entel's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he glanced at everyone below the stage. This passageway can only be used by members of the royal family and the guardian clan recognized by the guardian tree. If anyone else tries to trespass, they will be lost in the endless void and will never be able to return. Many people involuntarily gulped when they heard that. Their gazes towards the spatial tunnel slowly became a little fearful. No one wanted to suddenly get lost in the endless void, right? Even if they were qualified to enter the passageway. Wu Yan, on the other hand, was relieved. If they were only lost in the void, he had a way to return. For example, he could use a return scroll or enter Yukari's red jade mode to open the spatial rift and return. However, this threat was negligible to him. The moment Entel's words left his mouth, the three demigod rank guardians abruptly shot out, turned into 3 streaks of light, and charged into the hole. "Everyone, enter on your own," Entel said after seeing the 3 demigods enter the passageway. He then looked at Wu Yan and the others. "Your Majesties, little friend Wu Yan, let's move out as well." Wu Yan, Carter, Geda, and Wei looked at each other and nodded. They flew into the passageway as well. After the demigods and Tier 9 powerhouses entered the passageway, Sylph, Kaya, and Jafar also led the 3 demigods into the passageway. NS also led the Guardians to follow. After everyone entered the spatial tunnel, the Guardian Tree trembled again. The hole in the void also trembled and slowly closed up. On the platform, there was dead silence. Wu Yan felt his vision blurring for a second. When he regained his vision, the scene before him had changed drastically. The ground beneath his feet was a green slate, and the surroundings were filled with green light. Tree roots that were comparable to mountain peaks were like churning dragons, either spiraling up or spreading out in all directions. They were scattered in all directions, and one couldn't see the end of it at a glance. In the sky far away, there was a semicircular barrier made of fluorescent light covering the area. Outside the semicircular barrier, there were fishes swimming in the water. Seawater. Wu Yan's expression changed drastically when he saw the scene in front of him. In the end, his expression turned into one of extreme shock. He wasn't the only one. Those who entered the passageway for the first time and those who have been here before were also shocked. They couldn't react for a long time. How could there be such a miraculous scene in the world? This is the base of the Guardian Tree's roots. Entel, Carter, Geda, and Veer, who had long expected such a reaction, shook their heads and pointed at the roots that were as tall as mountains. These roots are the roots of the Guardian Tree. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Although he knew that the Guardian Divine Tree was huge, he didn't expect a single root to be as big as a mountain. This Guardian Divine Tree was so huge that there was no end to it. Moreover, this was the base of the Guardian Tree's roots. Wasn't the base of the Guardian Tree supposed to be at the bottom of the ocean? Wu Yan looked at his surroundings. He looked at the semicircular barrier above him and the fishes and water outside. His lips trembled as he asked in a trembling voice. Could this be the bottom of the ocean? This. Everyone's expression froze. Entel and the other 3 smiled and spoke at the same time. That's right. This is the bottom of the ocean. After saying that, Entel and the 3 emperors pointed their fingers to the front again, ignoring everyone's change in expression. And that place is the land of gods. Everyone immediately looked in front of them. Not long after, a majestic palace appeared in front of them. It was located at the center of 4 towering tree roots that were even larger than the other tree roots. Looking at the majestic palace, Wu Yan didn't know how the others felt. However, he felt a surge of excitement in his heart. A palace in the deep ocean. What land of gods? That's obviously the Dragon Palace. The land of gods is protected by the Guardian Tree. Even if a super strong person with heaven-defying strength has a way to reach this place, they can't enter without the approval of the Guardian Tree. Entel puffed out his chest. The 3 guardian gods have already gone over. Let's hurry over as well. We don't want to delay the opening of the land of gods. After saying that, he led everyone, including Wu Yan, towards the direction of the palace in the land of gods. Chapter 1072. This is the bottom of the sea, 10,000 meters below the surface. The gentle ripples were like the halo of a magic lamp, gently brushing past the bodies in the deep sea. The ripples reverberated one by one. Being in the pervasive seawater, the space here was abnormally moving. It was extremely realistic, making people feel like they were in a dream, unable to extricate themselves. The coiling dragon-like tree roots twisted back and forth into various shapes, emitting a suffocating sense of existence in the deep sea. Vaguely, there seemed to be a majestic palace in that extreme green color. Under the gentle ripples and halos of the water, it seemed to be illusory, yet real at the same time. It's like the mythical dragon palace. 3 figures stood in front of the majestic palace. They looked up at it with excitement in their eyes. Jaren, Maganubi, and Linya have been here more than once or twice. They've also entered the domain of gods more than once. They've even obtained the opportunity to ascend to demigod rank. However, every time they look at the palace in the depths of the sea, they can't help but feel excited. Along with the excitement, there's also a strong sense of pride. This is a miracle left behind by their ancestors. That's right. It's a miracle. Only a true god-rank powerhouse can build a palace like this in the depths of the sea. Only a true god-level expert would be able to get his descendants to come here and pay homage to this palace. Now that there are no longer any god-rank powerhouses, this is a miracle. In the distance, tiny figures compared to the roots and palaces of the divine tree flew over. They stood behind the 3 divine protectors and looked up at the luxurious palaces. Their minds were instantly drawn in and they all fell into a daze. So this is the domain of gods. Wu Yan was the first to react. He took a deep breath of fresh air. There's a hint of curiosity in his eyes. This is the first time he breathed in fresh air at the bottom of the sea. It's also my first time seeing the real domain of gods. Sylph, who came to Wu Yan's side, also reacted. However, her beautiful blue eyes were still filled with uncontrollable ripples. I've heard about the wonders of the domain of gods from my father, but after seeing it with my own eyes, I realized that my view of the domain of gods was too ordinary. Yes. Now that they've seen the domain of gods in its entirety, they can only sigh at how ordinary their view of the domain of gods is. That's why the domain of gods is called a miracle. It was not only because it contained a treasure that could allow one to be reborn, it was also because of its incomparably unique way of existing, while everyone was looking up at the domain of gods, at the top of the distant sky. Or rather, above the deep sea, a green beam of light suddenly shot out. It was like a beam of light, and in an instant, it landed on the land of gods. Then, under the gaze of everyone present, the entrance of the palace in the land of gods was enveloped by the green pillar of light. Slowly, the door opened. The guardian tree opened the entrance to the domain of gods. Kite exclaimed. Wu Yan was surprised. So the guardian tree is the only one who can open the entrance to the domain of gods. Of course. Entel said proudly. Other than the guardian tree, no one else can open the door to the domain of gods. Maybe a god-rank powerhouse can, but only the guardian tree can open the door. It's the key to opening the domain of gods. Wu Yan nodded at Entel's words, but deep down, he was deep in thought. In that case, could the ability of that gap invade the land of gods? Would the eyes of the land of gods be able to see it as well? Also, can I use my realm energy? Can I imitate the guardian tree's ability and open the door to the domain of gods? Wu Yan felt a little restless when he thought of this. He quickly suppressed the urge in his heart. He smiled bitterly. I'm surprisingly adventurous. The domain of gods has been opened. The 3 guardians only spoke when the door to the domain of gods was fully opened. Magnubi glanced at Wu Yan, Entel, Kite, Gede, and Weya. The rest were ignored. In the eyes of a demigod powerhouse, perhaps only a demigod powerhouse had the right to talk to them. We'll go in first. I'll leave the explanation of the domain of gods to you all. Hearing this, Entel, Carter, and the others hurriedly replied respectfully. Linya looked at Wu Yan. A beautiful smile appeared on her flawless face. I'll leave the matter of the Ring of Power to you, Wu Yan sighed. I can only say I'll do my best. That's enough. Garen nodded. He reached out and patted Wu Yan's shoulder. In short, I'll leave everything to you, little guy. Wu Yan nodded heavily in front of the 3 guardians. The three guardians smiled. Then, the three guardians leaped into the air and entered the domain of gods. Wu Yan watched as the three guardian gods disappeared into the gates of the domain of gods. Behind him, the royals of the three empires and the guardian clans looked at him with complicated feelings. Even the three emperors and the patriarchs of the guardian clans could only exchange a few words with the three guardian gods. Wu Yan, on the other hand, was treated as an equal by the three guardian gods. In fact, the three guardian gods seemed to be asking Wu Yan for a favor. Why is this Wu Yan so lucky to be valued by the three guardian deities? At this moment, regardless of whether they had a good or bad relationship with Wu Yan, this was the only thought left in their minds. Enz lowered his head, his eyes flashing with jealousy and hatred. When he raised his head and looked at the land of gods, all of that jealousy and hatred turned into a strong fanaticism that almost surged out of his body. From En's point of view, the reason Wu Yan was valued by the three guardians was because he reached the 9th stage at such a young age. If he, Enz, could also become a 9th stage powerhouse, then he would also be valued by the three guardians. He might even be able to turn the tables and defeat Wu Yan, who had defeated him time and time again. The land of gods. Enz looked at the land of gods with a greedy gaze. I must get a chance to reach the 9th stage in there. At this moment, Entel also spoke. Remember this, all of you can only stay in the domain of gods for 10 days. After this period of time, the guardian tree will expel all those who are still in the god spirit grounds and close the gate to the god spirit grounds. Entel's eyes were like lightning as he looked at the people behind him. Whether or not you can get a chance to evolve within these 10 days will depend on yourselves. Everyone clenched their fists and tensed up. Ka, Jafar, and even Sylph had a solemn look in their eyes. Wu Yan looked at Sylph's serious expression and spoke softly. Do you want to come with me? Sylph looked at Wu Yan and hesitated for a moment before nodding. Sylph didn't know Wu Yan's true strength, but she was certain he was stronger than her. It would be good to have someone to look after her. Besides, Sylph didn't want Wu Yan to shoulder the fate of the entire Spalier world. If possible, she would like to help Wu Yan find the key to the Ring of Power. Carter seemed to have overheard the conversation between Wu Yan and Sylph. He glanced at them and said, After you enter the domain of gods, all of you will be randomly separated. If you want to move together, then all you have to do is let a certain part of your body come into contact with each other when you enter the domain of gods, and that will do. Before anyone could react, Carter continued with a serious expression, however, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you want to evolve in the domain of gods, you will have to pass the Guardian Tree's test. Only those who pass the test will have the chance to evolve. Furthermore, Carter looked at everyone who held their breaths. Finally, his gaze landed on Wu Yan and Sylph. The more people you have in your group, the harder the test will be. Many people's expression changed when they heard this, including Sylph. Chapter 1073. The more people you have in your group, the harder the test will be. Kite's words caused quite a number of people, who had been planning to rely on their numbers to pass, to become confused. Their faces were filled with struggle as they looked at each other. It's not just that the more people you have in your group, the harder the test will be. Way aside. The higher the tier, the harder the test will be. When a low-level person and a high-level person work together, the difficulty will increase according to the opponent's strength. Guda reminded coldly. Everyone's chances are equal. The Guardian Tree's test for everyone is absolutely equal. Entel shook his head. Although the test has become more difficult, the rewards you can obtain are also proportional to the difficulty of the test. If you move together, the higher the difficulty of the test, the better the rewards you will obtain. The choice is still in your hands. The reminder of the 4 higher-ups caused everyone to lower their heads and ponder. Sylph also reconsidered entering the domain of gods with Wu Yan. Suddenly, a large hand patted her slender shoulder and chuckled. Since the test is fair, why don't we go in together? No matter what the test is, we will definitely pass it. Sylph's eyes flashed and she turned around to look at Wu Yan's confident face. Her frosty expression melted a bit and she nodded in agreement. Let's go in together. Sister Sylph. Almost at the same time, a voice so sweet that it gave one goosebumps echoed in the air. Let Lana pass the test of love with Sister Sylph. When they heard this, both Wu Yan and Sylph grimaced at the same time. Let's go. They no longer hesitated. Wu Yan reached out and grabbed Sylph by the waist. Sylph jumped into Wu Yan's embrace as if she was blessed by a stroke of luck. Wu Yan leaped into the air. He soared into the sky. He didn't even bother to greet them. He turned into a ray of light and flew towards the entrance of the domain of gods with Sylph in his arms. It didn't take long for them to enter the domain of gods. Only the sighs of Entel, Carter, Geda, and Wea, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry, could be heard on the scene. The clamor of the crowd that couldn't remain calm and Rena's exasperated screams mixed together and spread out. Clouds were floating in the boundless sky, however, the sky was green. Suddenly, the space in the green sky distorted violently. Then, an illusory vortex appeared out of thin air. Not long after the illusory whirlpool appeared, a stream of light shot out from the whirlpool like a meteor. It hovered around for a while before stopping. Two figures appeared from within the stream of light. Is this the domain of gods? Looking at the green sky in front of him, Wu Yan's expression was one of shock. Isn't the land of gods a palace? Why does it look like we're outside? Yes, this is the domain of gods. Sylph, who was in Wu Yan's embrace, explained calmly. However, Father once said that the domain of gods isn't as simple as it looks. It is supported by the power of the guardian tree. Sylph recalled the information she got from Carter and said, the palace we saw outside is actually the core of the domain of gods. The treasures in the domain of gods are all in that palace. The divine tree won't allow anyone to enter the palace of the realm of the gods. Sylph said as she looked at the green sky. The land of gods is a crevice between the core palace and the outside space with the power of the guardian tree. Only when we find the gate of the core palace in the land of gods can we obtain the treasures left by the gods. In other words, the so-called land of the gods is actually a spatial crevice between the core palace and the space outside. Wu Yan was speechless. Since it has created a spatial crack, the power of the guardian divine tree is even more terrifying than I imagined. The guardian tree is a treasure to begin with. Sylph nodded. Even though the guardian tree has gained a terrifying amount of power after being infused with the power of the three gods, the ability to create spatial rifts is something the guardian tree has always possessed. That's why the three gods chose the guardian tree to be the overseer of the divine lands. Sylph sighed, which was a rare sight. After all, the most effective way to get to a place 10,000 meters below the sea is to directly pass through space. Otherwise, even a demigod powerhouse would find it extremely difficult to get to a place 10,000 meters below the sea and find the land of gods, let alone someone below the demigod level. From a certain point of view, the guardian tree is the best treasure in the land of gods. Wu Yan nodded in understanding and he helplessly laughed. In other words, the first test for the guardian tree is to find the entrance to the core palace of the domain of gods. Sigh, Sylph closed her eyes. If we want to find the door to the core palace in the land of gods, we have to pass the guardian tree's test and gain its approval. Only then will the guardian tree show us the door to the core palace. Perhaps, finding the entrance to the core palace of the place of gods is the final test for the guardian divine tree. Who knows, you're right. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Wu Yan pulled himself together. If that's the case, let's explore the domain of gods. Sylph nodded and agreed to Wu Yan's suggestion. However, Before they could make a move, a strange phenomenon occurred. Wu Yan, who was hovering in the air, suddenly felt the flying spell he cast disappear along with his mana. Whoa! Wu Yan was shocked. While he was stunned, his body tilted and he fell down. The sudden change caused the two people involved to be unable to react in time. By the time they regained their senses, the ground was already only about 10 meters away from them. Wu Yan didn't have time to think about what happened. He tightened his grip on Sylph's slender waist and turned around so that he could cushion the fall. Alas, what Wu Yan is doing is pointless. The reason for that was because below them was not solid ground. Instead, it was a lake. With a splash, the two of them, who were completely unaware of the current situation and didn't even use their magic, fell into the water. Not sure if it's because of the sky, the lake is also green in color. Ripples spread out from the surface of the lake and it didn't take long for the lake to calm down. Wu Yan's head popped out from the center of the ripples and he spat out a mouthful of water like a duck before he started retching. Cough cough. What kind of water is this? It's so disgusting. It's worse than Sanlu's milk powder. Coughing a few times, Wu Yan grimaced and his expression tightened. Where's Sylph? Wu Yan scanned the lake and didn't see Sylph anywhere. He couldn't help but feel nervous. Don't tell me she doesn't know how to swim. The more Wu Yan thought about it, the more likely it was. He quickly took a deep breath and dove into the lake. The water in the lake was very clear. Because of the jade-like luster, the visibility was also much clearer. It obviously looked very beautiful, but who would have thought that this water was even worse than the water used to wash feet? Wu Yan didn't want to taste it again after tasting it once. He held his breath and scanned the lake, trying to find Sylph. The lake is surprisingly big. There aren't any fishes or shrimps in the water, but it's very spacious. Wu Yan swam through half of the lake and he couldn't even catch a glimpse of Sylph's clothes. This made him more and more impatient. Sylph was a Tier 8 powerhouse. If a Tier 8 powerhouse drowned in the lake, he would become famous. Fortunately, just as Wu Yan was about to evaporate the lake, a faint figure appeared in front of him. Her eyes were closed and her long blue hair fluttered in the water as she sank deeper into the lake. Who else could it be but Sylph? Wu Yan's eyes lit up with joy. He quickly swam over. Chapter 1074. The sky was green, the ground was green, and even the space here was glowing green. The surroundings were silent. There were no clouds in the sky, and there were no signs of life. If one had to say what was moving in this world, it would probably be the green lake that was bubbling and rippling. On the surface of the lake, the ripples gradually reverberated and became more and more intense. A head suddenly emerged from the ripples, panting heavily. It seemed that it had held its breath for quite some time. Before she could catch her breath, Wu Yan pulled Sylph out of the water as well. He carried her soft body and swam towards the shore. Sylph! Sylph! He let Sylph lie down on the ground. Her eyes were closed and her body was drenched. Her face was expressionless and her breathing was barely discernible. Wu Yan quickly patted her cheeks. Hey! Don't scare me. I don't believe a Tier 8 powerhouse would drown because she can't swim. You can't scare me. With a forced smile on his face, Wu Yan forced himself to laugh out loud. His guilty laughter reverberated around the room, causing the atmosphere to become a bit heavy. Wu Yan checked Sylph's nose. She's still breathing. Wu Yan sighed in relief. He looked at her face that was covered in water droplets and he sighed after a bit of hesitation. Forget it. It's not like I haven't kissed you before. Wu Yan gulped as he lifted Sylph's chin and he brought her lips closer to his. Last time, you forced a kiss on me. This time, I'll return the favor. I'm not going overboard, right? Wu Yan tried to comfort himself. Moreover, we are engaged. It's okay for us to kiss each other. After saying that, Li Yundong nodded. Wu Yan took a deep breath. His expression turned ferocious as he kissed Sylph's lips. A cold and soft sensation entered his mind. Wu Yan couldn't help but stick out his tongue. He licked her alluring red lips. However, it didn't take long. He then realized that this was not the time to do such a thing, so he passed the qi in his mouth over. After taking a few deep breaths, Sylph finally showed some reaction. Wu Yan was overjoyed. The next moment, Sylph stood up and coughed. She spat out a mouthful of lake water as she coughed. Wu Yan finally felt relieved. He hugged Sylph and patted her back. How are you? Are you okay? Cough. Cough, 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 cough. Sylph coughed a few times. She only stopped when she could no longer cough up water. Her face was as pale as a sheet, making her look even more delicate than the Ice Princess. She looked around in a daze. Her gaze landed on Wu Yan. When she saw how wet he was and how cold she felt, she finally remembered what happened. She shook her head weakly. I'm fine. You don't look fine at all. Wu Yan smiled bitterly when he saw Sylph's pale face. He wiped away the water droplets on her face. If you're not feeling well, it's best if you tell me. It'll be bad if something happens later. Sylph has never been treated like this before. She tilted her head awkwardly as she watched Wu Yan wipe away the water droplets on her face. Wu Yan spoke in a gentle tone while wiping away the water droplets on her face. I'm really fine. I just feel a little cold. Cold. Wu Yan didn't feel relieved when he heard Sylph. Instead, he was shocked. You're the Ice Princess, how can you feel cold? Indeed, Sylph is an expert in ice magic. She shouldn't feel cold. Sylph finally realized what she had just said. She was stunned for a moment, but the cold air that came from her wet clothes made her feel cold. This feeling couldn't be fake. She carefully checked her body. Suddenly, her expression changed. I can't use my mana. Ha! Wu Yan was shocked. He knew Sylph wasn't joking when she said that. He immediately tried to use his own mana. Mana surged like a tidal wave within his body. It's like a torrential river. Rumbling sounds could be heard as it flowed through his body. In the entire world of Silveria, Wu Yan's body is probably the only body that can contain this amount of mana. However, the mana that used to be so obedient is no longer under Wu Yan's control. The mana is still there but he can't control it. Wu Yan's expression turned ugly. It seems like the reason why I fell was because I couldn't use my mana. Sylph nodded in agreement. Her expression wasn't as bad as Wu Yan's but it's still a lot colder than usual. Wu Yan frowned as he looked at the green sky. Is there no way to use mana or combat qi in the realm of gods? That's right. If that's the case, there's no way Father didn't mention it at all. Sylph refuted Wu Yan's guess and she gave her own answer. However, Father said that every region in the place of gods has some rather troublesome restrictions. It seems that we have now entered a region where there is no way to use magic or even do qi. This is really... Wu Yan showed a troubled expression. This is going to be troublesome. Without mana, Wu Yan will lose a lot of tricks up his sleeves. For example, the tactics in the 103,000 grimoires require magical power to perform. Without magical power, even if Wu Yan has a large number of tactics in his mind, he wouldn't be able to use any of them. Also, familiars that use mana as their bodies couldn't be released if the host lost their mana. In other words, Wu Yan can only use his superpowers and the peerless skills from infinite martial arts. Fortunately, the Gate of Babylon did not require the support of mana. The armaments inside could also be used, and the red jade mode could also be activated. This was good news. Even so, Wu Yan's strength has decreased by a lot. Previously, Wu Yan was able to challenge those who are stronger than him. Now, he can only fight at the level of a Tier 9 mid-tier. He can even fight at the level of a Tier 9 mid-tier if he summons his familiars, but now, he can only fight at the level of a Tier 9 mid-tier. Sylph's situation is even worse. All her strength is in magic. She can't use her mana. How is she different from a normal person? It's no wonder Sylph felt cold even though she's an expert in ice magic. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. Sylph tightened her arms around her body. She looked at Wu Yan with a grim expression. Otherwise, we won't be able to deal with anything without mana. But can you still walk in your current state? Wu Yan shook his head when he saw Sylph shivering. Her face is getting paler and paler. I don't think you can walk in your current state. Hold on. Carry me and leave. Sylph said without hesitation. We'll be fine once we get out of this place. We don't even know how big this place is. Wu Yan objected. I'm afraid you'll fall sick before we even get out of here. Even if you can use your mana, you'll be weak by then. Sylph lowered her head when she heard this. Wu Yan softened his voice. You have to adjust your condition to be able to deal with what's coming next. Otherwise, it'll be too late to regret if you lose your loot in the domain of gods. But, Sylph said with a troubled expression, what if an enemy appears? You don't have to worry about that. Wu Yan smiled. I might not be able to use my mana, but I have a few combat techniques that don't require mana or impetus. I should be able to bring out the strength of a Tier 9 fighter without a problem. Sylph loosened her tense expression. Wu Yan laughed out loud at her response. Anyway, let's take off your clothes first. Chapter 1075. In any case, take off your clothes first. This sentence was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear. It reverberated in the silent space and spread in all directions, causing the atmosphere to drop to a freezing point. Wu Yan and Sylph stared at each other. One had a smile on his face while the other had no expression on her face. Perhaps it was because of her pale face that she suppressed the blood rushing up her body. However, Sylph stared at Wu Yan without a hint of emotion in her eyes. It made Wu Yan feel pressured. Gradually, a water droplet slid down his forehead. It's unclear whether it's a water droplet or a sweat droplet. However, the smile on his face froze at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sylph stared at Wu Yan. She didn't say anything, but she tightened her grip on her clothes. It's like she wants her clothes to stick to her body. It's also like she's afraid that someone might try to steal her clothes. Her eyes turned vigilant. After a moment of silence, Wu Yan's stiff smile returned to its original state. If I say I mean no harm, would you believe me? Sylph continued to stare at Wu Yan silently. Her arms tightened around her body, telling Wu Yan the answer in her heart. The smile on Wu Yan's face disappeared. He lowered his head and distanced himself from Sylph. I'll turn around. Hurry up and change out of those wet clothes, finished. Wu Yan wanted to turn around, but Sylph's sudden words froze him in place. Where's the change of clothes? Once again, the scene returned to its silent state. Wu Yan and Sylph looked at each other without speaking. The atmosphere around them was getting colder and colder. If someone were to appear here right now, they would probably. Even if someone were to appear here, they would still be in such an atmosphere. They wouldn't dare to move, right? After a long time, Wu Yan took a deep breath. He hesitated for a moment before asking. Could it be? You didn't bring a change of clothes. Sylph didn't answer him directly. She said indifferently. I came to the domain of gods. The meaning behind Sylph's words was clear. They came to the land of gods to search for opportunities to transform themselves, not to go on an outing or stay in a hotel. He rubbed his forehead. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that the moment I entered the place of gods, there would be so many small troubles instead of big ones. Sylph's face turned paler and paler as time went by. Her body trembled more and more violently. If this drags on, Sylph will catch a cold and have a fever. Sigh. He sighed with a headache. Wu Yan waved his hand as if he's about to explode. Since you're my fiancé, you can take your clothes off. The air around them froze. Sylph stared at Wu Yan with her icy blue eyes. Wu Yan looked like he's going all out because he can't think of a solution. Sylph's eyes flashed and she started hesitating. Fiancé. Sylph recalled the night she forcefully kissed Wu Yan in his room. She looked at Wu Yan again and sighed in her heart. Honestly, Sylph felt that she would never do something like that to another man. Yet, she did it to Wu Yan. Sylph didn't know why she did what she did that day. But, she didn't dislike that kind of intimate contact with Wu Yan. Similarly, she didn't dislike being Wu Yan's fiancé. No man has ever been able to reach such a level in Sylph's heart. Never. Sylph could still remember the time when she learned about Wu Yan's relationship with the girls at the Ailu Imperial Palace. She made a decision after learning about the relationship between Wu Yan and the girls around him. She would first get engaged and spend some time with him. If she realized that he wasn't suitable for her, she would annul the engagement. If they were suitable, she wouldn't mind serving Wu Yan with the girls around him. Memories of her time with Wu Yan flashed through Sylph's mind. Sylph understood what Wu Yan is trying to do. Let's not talk about whether or not they're suitable for each other. Wu Yan is the best person of the opposite sex that she's gotten along with at this stage. Besides, Wu Yan hugged Sylph and gave her first kiss to Wu Yan. She rarely touched Sylph's body except when she was bathing in the shower. She tightened her grip on her clothes. She looked up at Wu Yan, who had a troubled expression on his face. Sylph sighed in her heart. If that's the case, I might as well acknowledge him. As the thought flashed through her mind, Sylph propped her trembling body up and stood up. What the hell are you doing? Wu Yan grumbled when he saw Sylph struggling to stand up. She looked like she could collapse at any moment. You can tell me what's wrong, I'll help you. Before Wu Yan could finish his sentence, Sylph's next move stunned him. His eyes bulged out of their sockets and his jaw dropped. He couldn't stay calm any longer. The clothes that were soaked in the lake water fell to the ground with a muffled thud. A small cloud of dust and water droplets rose from the ground. Following this muffled sound that was neither light nor heavy, it was as if some kind of chemical reaction had taken place. The same sound, along with the pieces of clothing that had fallen to the ground, reverberated in a rhythmic manner. When the last piece of clothing fell to the ground, Wu Yan's pupils dilated at the sight before him. Her skin, which was as white as a pearl, sparkled under the green sky. It was like a fresh gem, with a trace of dazzling luster. Her two ivory thighs were trembling slightly. They were white and flawless, without a single flaw or pollution. She was a beautiful woman. She was a beautiful woman. Exposed to the air, her round breasts didn't seem to be affected by gravity. She stood there proudly, stealing the attention of the only spectator present. Droplets of water slid down her slender collarbone and fell to the ground along with her seductive curves. Wu Yan's heart was also touched by the sight of the water droplets. Wu Yan's mind went blank after witnessing Sylph take off her clothes and expose her most beautiful secret to him. Sylph's pale face flushed red under Wu Yan's intense gaze. However, this was the best she could do. At the same time, she lost all her strength as her beautiful body was exposed to Wu Yan's eyes. She slowly fell to the ground. Wu Yan snapped out of his daze. He leaped forward and pulled Sylph's naked body into his embrace. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat when he touched Sylph's body. He almost threw her away out of reflex. Wu Yan forced himself to calm down and looked at Sylph's condition. He opened his mouth but no words came out. Sylph seemed to have used up all her energy to remove her clothes. She was panting slightly and her face was filled with fatigue. Let's find a more secluded place. Someone might come here. To say such a sentence in such a situation was simply ambiguous to the extreme. Wu Yan's mind went blank for a second. He nodded stiffly and he looked around in a panic. Then, he hugged Sylph's smooth body and they entered a bush that was tall enough to cover the two of them. They arrived at a small clearing. With the cover of the reeds, Sylph's tense body relaxed a little. Start a fire. You might have taken off your clothes but you'll still be cold. Oh. Oh. Wu Yan stuttered in response. Still in a flustered state, he took out a tool that he exchanged from the system and used until now. He clumsily placed his hands on the ground and pressed a button on a certain spot. Whoosh! A warm bonfire started burning in a blink of an eye. Sylph finally stopped trembling. She sighed as she looked at Wu Yan, who still hasn't recovered from the shock of the situation. Your clothes are wet too. Take them off. Wu Yan, who was still in the middle of processing his brain, froze again when he heard this sentence. She could only nod her head in a daze. Chapter 1076. The sky is blue and the ground is green. The fluorescent light is slightly distorted in this green world. The tall reeds and grass were also abnormally green. Everything here seemed to be the only color that could allow them to survive in this world. There were no signs of life, nor were there any signs of activity. Although a gentle breeze would blow past this place from time to time, and this place was filled with an indescribable liveliness due to the monotonous green, the deathly stillness that permeated the air made it hard for one to breathe. However, at some point in time, within this monotonous green, there was suddenly a tiny fiery red. There is a bonfire burning in the middle of a patch of tall reeds that doesn't require any fuel. There is a crackling sound coming from the fire. It sounds like the sound of burning tree branches. The sound echoed in this eerily silent environment, adding a hint of activity to the atmosphere. Next to the bonfire, there is a black male outfit and an ice blue female outfit hanging on a tree branch. Drops of water dripped from the branches to the ground, proving that they are still wet. However, with the hot bonfire beside them, it shouldn't take much time to dry them up. Next to the bonfire and the clothes hanging on the tree branch, there is a man and a woman hugging each other. On their bodies. Completely naked. I believe that if there was a lucky person who saw this scene, the first thought that would arise in their mind would definitely be the kind that is not suitable for children and would easily make people blush. Only the two of them know that even though they are hugging each other, there is not a hint of perverted thoughts in their hearts. That includes the man. They have been in this state for quite some time now. It wasn't that the two of them were intimate, but it started from the moment he hugged Sylph. From beginning to end. Wu Yan didn't let go of her. At the same time, even though it's so easy to fall in love with her, Wu Yan couldn't even muster the slightest bit of lust. It's not that Wu Yan has turned over a new leaf and has seen through the world of mortals. It's just that he still hasn't gotten his chaotic mind to work properly. In other words, Sylph did it right in front of him. After taking off the clothes, Wu Yan's mind has been blank. He still hasn't recovered from the shock. Starting a bonfire, taking off the clothes, drying the clothes. All these things. Wu Yan did all of this under Sylph's instructions while he was still muddle-headed. While hugging Sylph's naked body, he couldn't help it. It's not that Wu Yan is an idiot, or that he's too careless, or that his mental fortitude is too weak. It's just that this development came too suddenly. It happened so suddenly that Wu Yan didn't have a chance to change his mind. He could only maintain his muddle-headed state until now. As for Sylph, for some reason, she didn't ask Wu Yan to let go of her. She stayed in Wu Yan's embrace after giving her instructions. She leaned against Wu Yan's smooth skin and she fell into a state of deep silence. Wu Yan always thought that this kind of development would only happen in his dreams. However, as he hugged Sylph's soft and supple body, he could feel the smooth sensation in his heart telling him that she's not going to give him a chance to escape. Everything was real. Sylph really did strip herself naked in front of him. Wu Yan kept replaying the scene of Sylph taking off her clothes one by one. Wu Yan's eyes were still in a daze. After a long time, he finally regained some semblance of rationality and regained his senses. Sylph's body was pressed against his. They were like a pair of lovers trying to warm each other up in a snowstorm. There wasn't even a centimeter of space between them. Sylph's pale face was now rosy again. Her body stopped trembling. Apart from the fact that she couldn't summon her mana, she was back to normal. However, Sylph didn't leave. She lowered her head and buried it in Wu Yan's chest. She didn't say a word nor did she cover her body. She exposed herself to Wu Yan. If Wu Yan didn't feel Sylph's gaze on him, he would have thought Sylph had fainted. His hand around Sylph's waist twitched a little. Wu Yan couldn't help but have a thought when he felt the warmth and smoothness of her skin. Is this person in my arms really the Ice Princess, Sylph? If she is, why would she do something like this? If that was the case, why was her body so hot when she was as cold as ice? If that was the case, then why did she stay in his arms and not leave? Countless questions arose in Wu Yan's mind. He lowered his head and looked at the woman in his arms. The first thing he saw was her seductive body. Then, he saw her round breasts that he can't ignore. Her breasts are bigger than Shokuho Misaki's. Next, Sylph's icy blue hair covered her eyes. Her eyes were barely visible. Her fair skin was tinged with a hint of red. Her face was cold and beautiful enough to cause the downfall of a kingdom. He has to admit, Sylph is beautiful. She's beautiful. At the very least, among all the girls around him, only Violet and Ikaros can surpass Sylph in terms of temperament. In terms of appearance, Sylph isn't inferior to most of the girls. In addition, the other party was now in a state of honesty with him. This kind of beauty was even more soul-stirring. However, no matter how beautiful Sylph is, she couldn't suppress the doubts in Wu Yan's heart. Forcefully kissing her, this kind of behavior could be explained as a result of her personality. However, taking off all her clothes in front of the opposite sex. Based on Sylph's personality, would she do something like that? Perhaps, but Wu Yan doesn't believe it's because of her personality. A girl's most precious secret, even if Sylph is willing to reveal it, Kate and the imperial family wouldn't. No matter what, Sylph is still a princess. Why? Wu Yan couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Sylph raised her head and met Wu Yan's gaze. She was expressionless as usual. However, Wu Yan's sharp senses told him that Sylph has changed. It's not her appearance or her personality, it's her attitude. It's her attitude towards him. Sylph shook her head and said, I just acknowledged you. Acknowledged? Acknowledged. I admit it. Sylph nodded. She met Wu Yan's gaze head-on. I just hope you won't forget about me when you give the women around you a proper status. Wu Yan was confused. Are you really going to marry me? Maybe not in the past. Sylph replied softly. The determination in her voice made Wu Yan's heart skip a beat. But from now on, I will only marry you. Sylph. Wu Yan avoided eye contact with Sylph and he sighed. Is that okay? Why do you ask? I don't believe you don't know. Wu Yan bitterly chuckled when he met Sylph's gaze. I have a lot of women around me. I told you. Sylph didn't waver in the slightest. I don't mind serving you with them. I know. But that's not the problem, Wu Yan said in annoyance. I have a lot of women around me, but I love them wholeheartedly and so do they. But I have feelings for you. Sylph's cold voice interrupted Wu Yan. You don't have feelings for me. Wu Yan was speechless. Sylph closed her eyes. From now on, I will only marry you. Are you sure? Wu Yan gnashed his teeth and his eyes sharpened. What if I kill your father in the future? What if I destroy the Ailu Empire? Sylph raised her head and glared at Wu Yan. I will kill you. And kill myself. You. Wu Yan's expression was bitter. You are incurable. What's your answer? Sylph asked. Marry. Or not. Marry. Why not? Wu Yan glared at Sylph. He reached out with both hands and he rubbed her plump breasts. I hope you don't regret this. My body. I can't take it away. Father will be angry. Sylph grabbed Wu Yan's hand and got up. The rest is up to you. Wu Yan couldn't hold back anymore. He grabbed Sylph's head and he pressed it down on her. The ripples continued without stopping. Chapter 1077. Perhaps it was because there was no night in the land of gods, but after 10 hours or so, the sky was still as green as ever. There was no change in the sky at all. Among the reeds, on the rack, his wet clothes were already dried. He picked up his clothes and put them on one by one. His face showed an absent-minded expression. If one were to look closely, they would notice that his line of sight is constantly looking at the green lake not far away. Sylph is squatting on the shore of the lake, she's fully dressed. She's feeding herself mouthfuls of water from the lake. However, she's not drinking water. Humans can't drink the water from the lake. She's just rinsing her mouth. Wu Yan sighed with a strange look in his eyes. He had a bitter expression on his face. No one would have thought that not long ago, the icy princess, Sylph, tried to force a wolf to marry her. She even had sex with him. Even now, Wu Yan is still doubting whether what happened to him is real or not. As mentioned before, everything happened too fast. Even though the wolf had licked the beautiful princess from head to toe and the beautiful princess had served the wolf comfortably, he still felt like he was in a dream. It was not real and not real. It's too unbelievable. However, the truth is that Wu Yan did have intimate contact with Sylph. Even if it didn't devour the ice princess, the ripple it created was on the same level as devouring Sylph. Or rather, it's a little too crazy. Recalling how Sylph did what he asked her to do, Wu Yan's heart burned with passion. He wanted to charge at her again. He wanted to push Sylph down. At this time, Sylph also walked over from the lake. Her face is still expressionless. Even though she lost her mana, she's still expressionless. Sylph's cold aura didn't weaken in the slightest. Believe it. Looking at Sylph's current state, no one would believe that it was only a short while ago. Not long ago, she was kneeling in front of a wolf. If he didn't feel Sylph's gaze softening, Wu Yan would have suspected that she's teasing him. Wu Yan shook his head and he calmed himself down. He looked at Sylph with a serious expression. Are you okay? Don't you need to rest? No need. There's no need. Sylph gave a curt reply. My body is fine now. I can move normally. I see. Wu Yan nodded. He knew it's useless to persuade her. Then, we should start looking for the entrance to the core palace. Wu Yan looked around at the lush greenery around him. He felt a bit troubled. But how are we supposed to find it? As long as we can gain the recognition of the divine tree will open the door to the core palace to us. Sylph said with a frown. There's no need to look for the entrance, that's true. Wu Yan nodded and chuckled. If that's the case, let's take it one step at a time. First, let's leave this area. Sylph looked at Wu Yan. Your mana is sealed, your strength is greatly reduced. I can't use my full power either. If we don't leave this area soon, we won't be able to pass the Guardian Tree's test. Is that so? Wu Yan scratched his cheeks and he grinned. I think the Guardian Tree's test is already here. Sylph was stunned for a moment before she realized what Kiran was implying. You mean to say that leaving this area while our powers are restricted is a test the Guardian Tree has set for us? It's just a guess. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. But it's very likely, Sylph pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. That's true. Our mana wouldn't be sealed if there's no reason for it, that's why we just need to leave this area. Wu Yan snapped his fingers and the gate of Babylon began to ripple. A sword hilt with a weathered aura came out of the gate of Babylon and landed in Wu Yan's hand. At the same time, a black and transparent bow with a beautiful and elegant appearance like a black crystal appeared as well. It was Nye Dien Shana and Meteor Knight. Fortunately, even though my mana is sealed, I still have a certain amount of power left. It shouldn't be a problem for me to deal with some dangerous situations. Wu Yan tightened his grip on Nyaton Shana and he handed Meteor Shower to Sylph. You can use this. This is your armament. Sylph's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise as she accepted the Meteor Shower. It's a gold armament. Wu Yan nodded and smiled. It's called Meteor Knight. Even ordinary people can use it, but you can't use it casually. You have to look at the situation. Its power is enough to destroy everything in your field of vision. Sylph's expression turned serious. She tightened her grip on the Meteor Knight and looked at Wu Yan meaningfully. Such a powerful armament, can you just hand it over to me like this? All right. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. Wu Yan hugged Sylph's slender waist and planted a kiss on her soft cheeks. If a gold armament can be exchanged for a princess, I will go and find 10 more of the same. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and he smirked at Sylph. What about you? Can you find 10 more Sylphs? Sylph's eyes trembled. She shook her head and spoke in a soft voice. There is only one Sylph and only one Sylph that belongs to you, that's enough. Wu Yan interrupted Sylph with a bitter smile. If you keep talking, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist pouncing on you. Sylph lowered her head, the corner of her lips slowly curled into a smile. Perhaps due to the fact that mana and impetus are restricted in this realm, Wu Yan and Sylph didn't encounter any danger along the way. It's only natural that the divine tree would test those who enter the domain of gods. It's to give them a chance to obtain good fortune, not to take their lives. The 3 gods who built the domain of gods wouldn't allow their descendants to encounter danger in the domain of gods. That's why even though there are all sorts of obstacles in the domain of gods, it's not to the point of risking one's life. There's no doubt that if a demonic beast were to enter this realm where mana and impetus are restricted, even if it's only a rank 1 demonic beast, it's enough to devour anyone who enters this realm. Since there's such a restriction, there shouldn't be anyone who possesses a certain level of power in this green realm. Only a special existence like Wu Yan would be able to wield such power in this realm, right? With Sylph in his arms, Wu Yan used his taser ability to control invisible iron sand to wrap around his limbs. He flew at a low altitude and continued forward. This method of using iron sand to propel his body into flight, he hasn't used it since he gained mana. After all, compared to this kind of flying method, the flying tactics in the 103,000 grimoires are much more flexible and the speed is also faster than using iron sand. He didn't think he'd be able to use this method again after such a long time. Of course, even with the ability to fly, Wu Yan is still flying at an altitude of less than 10 meters above the ground. He doesn't want to free fall again due to some kind of accident. Wu Yan maintained a steady speed as he flew in one direction. They don't have a map of the domain of God, so they can only use this stupid method. If they keep flying in one direction, they'll leave this area sooner or later. With this thought in mind, Wu Yan continued to fly. His speed wasn't fast, but he left behind a series of afterimages. However, the scene that appeared in front of him caused him to be in a difficult position. He suddenly stopped and looked ahead with Sylph. Both of them frowned. That's because there's no path in front of them. No, to be more precise, everything in front of them is covered by a green mist. Chapter 1078. The emerald green smoke-like fog was like clouds that came from the distant sky. Wisps of green light flickered faintly. The green fog covered everything in front of it. As it moved, one could vaguely see the shadows of trees and rocks rippling along with the fog. Mist? Floating in front of the green mist, Wu Yan and Sylph exchanged glances. They both hesitated. Should they go in or not? Although there was no danger in the land of God due to its uniqueness, there were things that were more important than danger in the land of God that people could not overlook. It's the test of the divine tree. No one knew what kind of test the guardian tree would give them, or what method they would use to pass the test. There was no way to be sure of these things. However, there was one thing that he was certain of. If he wandered around recklessly because there was no danger in the God Spirit land, he would not be able to pass the guardian divine tree's test. He would have to wait for another 10 years before he could enter the God Spirit land again. To the people who entered the place of gods, the test to protect the tree of gods was something they had to pay more attention to than danger. If there is a trial for the guardian tree in this misty land, Wu Yan and Sylph will have to enter it. But when one's vision is limited, there are many accidents that can happen. Let's go in. Sylph looked at Wu Yan and said while Wu Yan was still hesitating. Don't forget that the domain of gods is only open for 10 days. We've already wasted a day. Wu Yan sighed when he heard Sylph's words. You're right. Time is limited, we don't have time to waste here. Wu Yan's forehead flashed with lightning as he slowly descended to the ground. In a situation where vision was limited, it was best to move forward on foot. Flying around randomly would only increase the number of accidents. Sylph held Shauna tightly in her hand and Meteor Shower in her other hand. Both of them held each other's hands. Don't let go of my hand after we enter. Wu Yan said in a low voice. He said to Sylph, I don't want to get separated. Sylph nodded but her hand tightened. She expressed her wish. Wu Yan took a deep breath and led Sylph into the green mist. They're not sure if it's a psychological effect or if it's real, but they're in the middle of the green mist. Wu Yan and Sylph both felt that the mist was very cold. In addition, the green fog looked like some kind of poisonous gas, so the two walked very cautiously. Even their footsteps slowed down. Neotono no Shauna's blade started burning with red lotus flames. Even so, it couldn't increase Wu Yan and Sylph's field of vision. The heat didn't affect the mist at all. The mist continued to spread and their visibility was very low. Everything in front of him is covered in mist, only the flames on the Neotono Shauna emitted a different color. The surroundings are silent, not even the chirping of birds or beasts can be heard. After walking for a while, Wu Yan started to feel a bit depressed. Hey, Sylph. Is it really okay for us to continue like this? Wu Yan felt a little restless. He wanted to say something. We don't even know the direction. Sooner or later, we'll get lost in this mist. Sylph said. Wu Yan continued to walk forward while waiting for Sylph's reply. He waited for a few minutes but Sylph didn't say a word. Wu Yan felt a little helpless. Well, I know you don't talk much but at least talk to me. If you treat me like an outsider, I'll lose my sense of superiority. Sylph's mocking tone echoed in the green mist, but she didn't respond to him at all. Wu Yan was a little dissatisfied. He shook Sylph's hand and turned around. Hey, you should at least say something. As Wu Yan spoke, a pair of red eyes shifted behind him. Just as he was about to face Sylph's cold face, an unexpected scene entered his vision. What appeared in front of Wu Yan wasn't Sylph's slender body. Instead, it was a body made up of green mist. Thick tree roots crawled around the body. The hands of this body were made up of two green pythons, one of which Wu Yan is holding in his hand. The head that should be Sylph's cold and beautiful face is a head without a face. It's filled with small snakes crawling around like a beehive. Goosebumps rose all over his body. His wine-red pupils shrunk to the size of a needle tip. Hiss! Almost at the same time, the green python in Wu Yan's hand let out a long hiss and opened its huge mouth, revealing sharp fangs that gleamed with a cold light. It shot out like a spring and viciously bit Wu Yan's arm. Wu Yan felt a sharp pain in his arm. His mind that was in a state of chaos due to the sudden change of events finally came to a realization. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. The flames on the Neotono no Shana expanded and engulfed Wu Yan's entire body. The flames crawled through the python that bit his arm and climbed up the green mist figure that was crawling with snakes and pythons. Ugh! The green mist figure let out a pitiful cry like a baby as it was engulfed by the red lotus flame. The green mist figure was covered by the red lotus flame. Amidst the cries and hisses of snakes, it didn't take long for the green mist figure to be incinerated into nothingness along with the python and small snake. Not even a trace of them was left behind. The red lotus flame that burned on the surface of the Nein Temple Shana retracted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wu Yan's appearance was revealed. However, his expression was ugly. When did this happen? Wu Yan gritted his teeth and suppressed the shock in his heart. His expression was ashen. His strength may be greatly reduced, but he still has the strength of a Tier 9 fighter. Yet, he didn't even notice that he was holding onto a python and a monster following behind him. This wasn't a big deal. After all, this was the land of gods, and the one in charge of it was the guardian tree. It wasn't strange for anything to happen here. But the most important thing was, where the hell did Sylph go? Looking around, all he could see was green mist. There wasn't even a shadow of a person in sight. Damn it! Wu Yan tightened his grip on Nein Temple Shana. Just as he was about to come up with a plan, a wave of dizziness came from the depths of his mind. The scene in front of him started to shake and his mind went blank. His vision became blurry as time passed. Wu Yan was overcome by a strong sense of drowsiness. He lost his balance and knelt down on one knee. Resisting the drowsiness that came from an unknown source, Wu Yan turned his hazy eyes towards his arm. There, the two bloody holes where the python bit him, and it's slowly recovering. Obviously, this inexplicable drowsiness must be related to being bitten by the python. Wu Yan's expression turned even uglier after he understood the situation. If the python was poisonous, then Wu Yan's terrifying vitality and recovery ability as a true ancestor shouldn't be affected at all. However, Wu Yan was already affected. This proves that the python's poison isn't a life-threatening poison, it's just a hypnotic effect. After all, there was nothing life-threatening in the land of gods. The python only had the ability to hypnotize people, so it was understandable. But for Wu Yan, he'd rather be poisoned instead. At the very least, poison can't kill a true ancestor like him. However, hypnosis, which isn't very harmful, can affect a true ancestor. The bad thing is that Wu Yan can't use his mana to dispel the hypnotic effect. He can't use spells to counter it either. Seriously. Wu Yan forced a smile as a drop of sweat rolled down his forehead. This is going to be troublesome. After that, heavy drowsiness overtook his consciousness. Wu Yan couldn't resist the strong drowsiness. He closed his eyes and collapsed. Chapter 1079. When he regained consciousness, Wu Yan groaned in pain as he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Shaking his head, Wu Yan clutched his head as he struggled to stand up. When he finally stood up, he slowly opened his eyes. The first thing that entered his vision was the blood-red light of the setting sun. When Wu Yan saw the scene at dusk, he froze in place in astonishment. Sunset. Sunset. Wu Yan scratched his head, he's confused. Before he lost consciousness, he was still in a green world, trapped in a green mist. Why did everything return to normal the moment he woke up? Did the mist dissipate? Is this what the mist looks like? Wu Yan tilted his head in bewilderment. So there are normal places in the land of gods too. Wu Yan shook his head as he mocked her. Then, he recalled something and he lifted his head abruptly. Sylph. Sylph is gone. Wu Yan subconsciously scanned his surroundings. What appeared in front of him made him flabbergasted. Not only did the green fog dissipate, the green world disappeared, the setting sun appeared, and the surroundings returned to normal. Even the scenery had completely changed. Currently, Wu Yan is standing on a long red carpet. Around him are wooden benches arranged in 2 rows that stretched all the way to the end of the hall. The surroundings were filled with flower petals, and the crisp sound of bells reverberated in the air. It sounded like the bells of Christmas, but there were some subtle differences. It gave people an involuntary feeling of happiness. Taking in his surroundings, Wu Yan's eyes are filled with confusion. Where am I? Why does this look like a wedding venue? People get married in the domain of gods. Wu Yan couldn't help but reach out his hand to scratch his face out of habit. However, when he extended his hand, he discovered, his sleeves are white. No. Or rather, it should be said that the clothes he was wearing now were white. Furthermore, it was a pure white suit. Looking at his current outfit, he's flabbergasted. This is a wedding. It can't be me, right? Very soon, someone answered his question. Yan. Why are you still here? Don't you know everyone is waiting for you? A light voice came from behind him, waking him up from his stupor. He reflexively turned around and looked behind him. And with that one look, Wu Yan's expression changed. The owner of the voice is a beautiful girl. Her long chestnut-colored hair fluttered in the wind, mixing with the petals around her. As it rose and fell, it emitted a charming fragrance, making people wonder if it was the fragrance of the young girl or the petals. The color of her eyes was also chestnut-colored, which matched her elegant long hair extremely well. However, what was most eye-catching was that it was still that peerlessly beautiful face that was pouting coquettishly. The girl put her hands on her hips and leaned forward. She looked at Wu Yan like she's looking at a naughty child. Her beautiful face is full of coquettish pouting, but there's an unconcealable sense of happiness on her face. It's a testament to how happy she is right now. She's wearing a white suit. She's not very slender, but her curves are very beautiful. The hem of the suit rippled in the wind. It's eye-catching. It's a wedding dress. She's wearing a wedding dress. With a coquettish expression, the girl standing not far away from him muttered the girl's name in a dumbfounded manner. Asuna, that's right. The girl standing in front of Wu Yan is Asuna. He hasn't seen her in a long time. She's Wu Yan's real fiancée. This. Wu Yan's heart is filled with uncontrollable ecstasy as he stared at Asuna's smiling face. At the same time, he's also confused. Why are you here? Ha! The smile on Asuna's face froze, and a dangerous look appeared on her face. Are you going to tell me that you don't know why you're here? That. Looking at the familiar expression of the lover he hasn't seen for a long time, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel happy, and at the same time, he couldn't help but laugh. If you can tell me, I'll be happy. You. Asuna stared at Wu Yan angrily. She then helplessly covered her forehead. I thought that other than being muddle-headed when you sleep late in the morning, you're usually very smart. Asuna then angrily shouted at Wu Yan. Did you forget that today is our wedding day? Yes. Wu Yan was stunned. Wedding? What's with that look on your face? Asuna raged when she saw Wu Yan's incredulous look. Is it that weird to marry me? Or are you going back on your words? No, no, no. Wu Yan shook his head. It doesn't matter what's going on, he wants to marry Asuna. You know how I feel about you. Asuna's expression eased up a bit. She hugged Wu Yan's arm and she hugged his arm. Forget it, no matter what, everyone is waiting for us to enter. Let's go. Asuna grabbed Wu Yan's arm and led him forward. Wu Yan followed Asuna in a daze. As the two of them walked, a beautiful church gradually appeared in front of the two of them. On both sides of the church, a group of people who were gathered together turned their heads in unison when they heard the footsteps. Immediately, they burst into laughter and cheered at the same time. Yo! We've been waiting for you. What a model couple. A young man waved at Wu Yan and Asuna. Ha! I thought you guys were late for your own wedding. The one who said this is a man with stubble on his chin. He looks like he's been through a lot. It's impossible for Yan to be late for something like this, said a young man standing at the side with a friendly smile. Well, you're not shy, are you? After all, we're getting married. Although I've already experienced it once in Seoul. This was a burly man with a stocky back and a bear-like waist. He was tall and had dark skin. Listening to the teasing of the four, Wu Yan was surprised. Kirito. Klein. Keita. Agile. Onie-chan, you're here. A girl with a gentle and timid expression greeted Wu Yan with a smile. If you didn't come, everyone would have gone to find you. Well, I think there's no way they wouldn't come. A young girl stepped forward and laughed loudly. After all, let's not talk about this for now. Our Ming Ri Nai has always been thinking about getting married. Yeah. A cute girl with two ponytails nodded and said enviously. Marriage is a beautiful thing. Wu Yan Yanyi-san and Asuna Yanyi-san will definitely take it seriously. You have me to thank for that. The last girl standing with the other three puffed out her chest proudly. I'm the one who planned this wedding. See. Liz. Silica. Cheyenne. Wu Yan opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. Of course, just because he didn't say anything doesn't mean the others didn't say anything either. Okay, the wedding is about to start. Let's go. Let's go. Wu Yan and Asuna, who blushed but still had a beautiful smile on her face, were pushed forward by a group of men and women. On the high platform, there was already a petite figure with long, straight, black hair standing there. When she saw Wu Yan and Asuna, a big smile appeared on her face. Daddy. Mommy. Congratulations. It's Yui. Yui. Asuna giggled before Wu Yan could process what she just said. Thank you, Yui. Yui shook her head and said. I'm Mommy and Daddy's daughter. I'm the happiest person to see Mommy and Daddy get married. You don't have to thank me. Yui walked up to Wu Yan and handed him a box containing a ring with a sweet smile on her face. Daddy, I'll leave Mommy to you. Chapter 1080. Daddy, I'll leave Mommy to you. The young and tender voice was clearly heard by everyone present. Everyone revealed a kind smile and started to shout. Ring exchange, ring exchange, ring exchange, ring exchange, ring exchange. For a moment, the entire church was filled with rhythmic shouts, making the atmosphere of the church extremely lively. Asuna, one of the people involved, blushed a little. Asuna's chestnut-colored eyes stared at Wu Yan's face. She didn't look away for even a second. Her eyes were filled with hope. Asuna's breathtakingly beautiful face coupled with her flawless white wedding dress. In this world, there was probably no one who had the ability to refuse to personally put on the wedding ring for such a beautiful girl under this kind of gaze, let alone Wu Yan, who has been married to Asuna for a long time. He looked at Asuna's hopeful face and then at the sparkling diamond wedding ring. Wu Yan didn't know what was going on. He didn't know how to react to this sudden turn of events. He reached out and picked up the wedding ring. Wu Yan remembered the wedding ring in his hand. It's the wedding ring he bought when he proposed to Asuna before leaving the Dominion of Swords. Now, he finally had the chance to put the ring on Asuna's finger in front of all of her friends and family. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel excited when he thought about this. He held Asuna's hand and everyone held their breaths as they watched Asuna's happy and hopeful expression. Slowly, he put the ring on her hand. Yen. Just as he was about to put the ring on Asuna's gloved hand, a familiar and anxious voice echoed in Wu Yan's mind and interrupted him. Asuna paused for a second. She looked at Wu Yan in confusion. She didn't understand why he suddenly stopped. Beside him, Yui exclaimed softly. Daddy, what's wrong? Yui tugged at Wu Yan's sleeve as she urged him to hurry up. Hurry up and put the ring on Mommy. Mommy is waiting for you. Oh. Like a clumsy child, Wu Yan nodded his head in a hurry. While continuing with his actions, he started to get suspicious. Was that an illusion? Yen. Wake up. Yen, this time, the voice is clearer and more anxious than before. Just as Wu Yan is starting to get suspicious, the voice echoed in his mind again. After confirming that he didn't mishear, Wu Yan's expression changed. He stopped what he was doing. The smile on Asuna's face disappeared. Around them, Yui, Kirito, Klein, Suda, Agile, Sachi, Liz, Sheely, Cheyenne, and other friends looked at each other and frowned. Yen, what are you doing? Hurry up and put the ring on your wife. She's been waiting for you. Yen. Daddy. Voices of reproach and urging came from the crowd. Wu Yan couldn't help but smile helplessly. He lowered his hand that was holding the wedding ring. Yen, Daddy. What are you doing? Seeing this scene, everyone's voice began to contain traces of anger. Asuna even forced a smile, her eyes filled with heart-wrenching sadness. Yen, are you not going to marry me? Looking at the sadness in her eyes, Wu Yan's heart would have clenched into a ball if it was in the past. He would have crushed her to pieces if he saw her like this. But this time, Wu Yan wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he had a gentle smile on his face. He reached out and caressed Asuna's smooth cheek. The warmth of her skin tugged at Wu Yan's heartstrings. The smile on his face grew gentler. Why wouldn't I want to marry you? Wu Yan shook his head mockingly. He looked into Asuna's eyes. I want to marry you all the time. I want to marry you more than you do. Then why don't I put the ring on your finger? Wu Yan interrupted Asuna and he tossed the wedding ring away without hesitation. Because I don't want to put this fake ring on your finger. In his eyes, the bewilderment that had been present since he woke up completely disappeared. Wu Yan's voice resounded. The person I want to marry isn't the fake you, the fake me. Asuna didn't know what Wu Yan was talking about. She didn't know what he was talking about. But Wu Yan didn't care. He was still caressing Asuna's cheek. I am sorry, Asuna, please wait for me for a little while longer. Wu Yan hugged Asuna and he closed his eyes. His voice was soft but his determination didn't leave a trace of doubt in his voice. Soon, we will be able to see each other. At that time, we'll have a good discussion on how to hold our wedding ceremony. although you will be very angry at that time, you might even ignore me. After all, you're not the only one I want to marry, but, Asuna, please believe me, I do love you. So, Asuna, please wait for me, and... He stepped forward and kissed Asuna's forehead. Thank you for letting me see the face of the person I haven't seen in a long time. His voice trailed off. Kacha. 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 The sound of glass shattering came from all around. One after another, the sound of glass shattering drowned out all other sounds. Space started to distort and spin like a whirlpool. It didn't take long for it to shatter inch by inch. The entire church shattered into pieces. His friends and family, Kirito, Yui, and even Asuna in front of Wu Yan were affected by the extreme distortion of space. It was as if they were in a mirror. They slowly dissipated as the mirror shattered. Heaven and earth turned into chaos. In the land of gods, amidst the green mist, Wu Yan, who was lying on the ground, opened his eyes. He bounced up and stabilized himself. His face was covered in sweat. It was as if he just had a terrible nightmare. In fact, Wu Yan's dream wasn't a nightmare. It was a beautiful dream, but it didn't make him feel relieved. You brat, you finally woke up. Suddenly, a childish voice filled with inconceivable majesty reverberated within Wu Yan's body. This voice is the same one that woke Wu Yan up when he fell into the dream world. It's you, Natsuki. Wu Yan wiped the sweat from his forehead. He said gratefully. Thank goodness you woke me up, or else you might have to keep sleeping like this. Natsuki's harsh reprimand struck Wu Yan's mind. You idiot. If I hadn't sensed that your condition was a little abnormal and woke you up in time, I'm afraid you would have been immersed in that beautiful dream and slept for a long time. I didn't expect this either. Wu Yan exhaled heavily. I thought being bitten by the snake would only make me sleep for a short period of time. I didn't expect it to create a dream. It's a dream created by a loophole in my heart. It's really... Wu Yan's life in the Sword and Saber Dominion dungeon is pretty much perfect. Not only did he get to know a bunch of good friends, he also got himself a perfect lover and a cute and obedient daughter. Isn't this kind of dungeon life worthy of being called perfect? If there's one regret, it's that he didn't get to give Asuna a proper wedding when he left the Sword Saber Dominion. But that can't be helped. Asuna still has parents and she's only 18 years old. It won't be easy for her to get married. But he didn't expect that this regret would be exploited to create such a dream. If Natsuki didn't wake him up in time, it wouldn't have been dangerous. It's just a dream. But by then, Wu Yan would have had to sleep in the realm of gods for a full 10 days before being sent out. It's a different kind of danger. Chapter 1081. After this incident, Wu Yan was able to confirm one thing. The final obstacle of the so-called test of the Guardian Tree was that it wanted to waste the 10 days of the trial in the realm of gods for nothing. If they fail to pass the Guardian Tree's test and enter the core palace within 10 days, they'll lose their chance. Take Wu Yan for example. If Natsuki didn't wake him up in time, he would have been immersed in his blissful life with Asuna and Yui. He would have spent 10 days in his dream before the Guardian Tree teleported him out of the domain of gods. It seems like I'll have to be careful. Realizing this, Wu Yan's vigilance went up. He doesn't want to be sent out of the realm of gods without even seeing what the core palace looks like. Even if the ring of power wasn't involved, it wouldn't do him any good. Will my magic power be restricted in this area? Natsuki's consciousness that entered Wu Yan's body became cautious. In other words, you won't be able to summon your familiars in this area. Yes. Familiars are a collection of mana with their own consciousness. Before they're released from their master's body, they're nothing more than a body of consciousness. In the end, the process of vampires releasing familiars was to awaken the consciousness of the familiars that were hibernating in their bodies. The vampires would then use their own mana to create a body based on the consciousness of the familiars and release them from their bodies. Familiars, on the other hand, are nothing more than a body of consciousness before they're released. For example, Gu Cheng's familiars would go berserk. When a familiar goes berserk, Koju can't even control his own body. That's because the berserk familiar is extracting mana from his body to create its own body. Otherwise, Koju wouldn't be in so much pain. That's why. Without mana, the familiars can only remain in their body of consciousness. As the host, Wu Yan can't even borrow their power, let alone release them. Looks like we won't be able to help you. Natsuki's blunt voice entered Wu Yan's mind. It's best if you leave this area as soon as possible. Otherwise, with your current means, you won't be able to escape. With your current strength, you won't be able to defend against the Guardian Tree's endless barricades. I was thinking the same thing. Wu Yan nodded. He looked around at the green mist. But before that, we have to find Sylph first. Hurry up if you can. Natsuki's voice was as stern as it was back when she was still an offensive officer. The mist here is a little strange. The sooner we leave, the less likely we'll get into trouble. Wu Yan's expression turned serious. In terms of strength, Natsuki might not even be a match for me before she transformed into a familiar, but she had spent a full 10 years as an attack mage, dealing with magical disasters, and dealing with demons. She had encountered almost all kinds of strange things. Her rich experience allowed her to see through the essence of strange things. If she says the mist is a little strange, then she's probably right. Right away. Wu Yan didn't waste any more time. He closed his eyes and tried to sense Sylph's presence. Now that he has lost his mana, he can't use any detection or search-type tactics. Trying to find someone in this thick fog is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, Sylph still has Meteor Shower with her. Meteor Shower is Wu Yan's noble artifact, he is the only one who can use it. If someone else wants to use it, he must agree to it. A noble relic is a miracle of materialization. It's the crystallization of longing. It's the ultimate weapon made from fantasy. In other words, a noble relic isn't a physical existence. The green mist permeated the air. Wu Yan closed his eyes and immersed himself in sensing the surroundings. He's trying to locate Meteor Shower. Soon, a faintly discernible connection appeared in his senses. Opening his eyes, Wu Yan dashed towards a certain direction. His extreme speed created a shockwave that blew away the green mist around him. Wherever he passed, a tornado-like vortex was created. It looked like the green mist was forcefully sliced apart, leaving behind a trail. However, it didn't take long for the surrounding green mist to fill in the gap and completely cover up the trail. Grasping that connection, Wu Yan turned into a blur as he dashed forward at breakneck speed. He could feel the meteor shower closing in on him. Sylph. She's right there. Wu Yan looked at the green mist in front of him. When he was less than 10 meters away from where he sensed Sylph's presence, he increased his speed to cover the distance. At the next moment, the familiar icy blue figure finally appeared in front of Wu Yan. Delighted, Wu Yan opened his mouth and wanted to shout, but when he saw the situation inside the green mist, his expression froze. Even his flying body stopped. His expression changed a few times before it turned into a look of astonishment. Hearing the commotion, the figure in the green mist turned around and looked in Wu Yan's direction. Her icy blue eyes flickered for a brief moment before returning to normal. She turned around and looked at Wu Yan without saying a word. This was to be expected, because now was not the time to leisurely greet others. Wu Yan was stunned. He looked at the two figures in front of him and didn't know how to react. That's right. There are two figures. Of course, Wu Yan wouldn't have reacted like this just because of the two figures. More importantly, the two figures in front of him looked like they were in full view. They have the same icy blue hair, the same icy blue eyes, the same icy blue feathered clothes, and the same icy cold face. Everything. They are exactly the same. There are two sylphs. This. Wu Yan took a step back when he saw the two sylphs aiming their meteor shower at each other. He became cautious. Is this another dream? No. It's not a dream. If it's a dream, it's impossible for a pure consciousness like me to be immersed in it. Natsuki's voice echoed in Wu Yan's mind. It's probably an illusion. Illusion. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and stared at the two figures. So, you're saying that these two sylphs might be fake. To be precise, one of them is fake. Natsuki explained without hesitation. After all, a person can be fake but an artifact can't be fake. But... Wu Yan was confused when he heard Natsuki's explanation. But even though I can sense the presence of meteor shower, I can't tell which of the two sylphs' meteor showers is the real one. Since it's a dream and an illusion, it shouldn't be difficult to fool your senses. Natsuki said softly. She was also observing the two sylphs in front of her. If it wasn't for the fact that your artifact is an illusion artifact, you wouldn't even be able to sense where it's at. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. He has to admit that Natsuki is telling the truth. Wu Yan scanned the two sylphs back and forth, trying to distinguish the real one from the fake. Unfortunately, the two sylphs' actions, expressions, and demeanor are exactly the same. Even their bone-chilling aura was displayed in front of him. He couldn't tell which one was the real one. The two sylphs were aiming their meteor shower at each other. Their hands were on the bowstring as if they were ready to draw the bowstring at any moment. Their icy blue eyes were locked on each other as if they didn't realize that Wu Yan was standing on the other side. Their actions fit the sylph's personality perfectly. It's impossible to tell them apart. Chapter 1082. In the green fog, the two beautiful ice blue figures stood facing each other from a distance. From beginning to end, they didn't say a word. They just pointed their weapons at each other, but didn't react at all. This made Wu Yan feel a little troubled. Usually, in such a situation, the best way to deal with it was to let the two parties open their mouths to explain themselves. Then, they could extract useful information from their words and see through the fake. However, with Sylph's personality, even if she was asked to explain or divulge some useful information, she probably wouldn't do it. A normal person would have tried to prove that they're the real Wu Yan. However, Sylph remained expressionless. Wu Yan didn't know if she didn't care about Wu Yan seeing through her disguise or if she didn't want Wu Yan to see through her disguise. If it weren't for the fact that she lost all of her power, she would have attacked Wu Yan already. Usually, Sylph's cold personality is considered to be very otherworldly. But now, her cold attitude has made the situation even more difficult to deal with. Wu Yan felt a headache coming on. He looked at Sylph on the left and he hesitated for a bit before he asked her in a hesitant tone. "You're Sylph." The Sylph on the left glanced at Wu Yan and she nodded in response. It's obvious, she's telling Wu Yan that she's the real one. However, the Sylph on the left didn't say a single word. There's no way to prove that she's the real Sylph. It should be said that only Sylph would be able to maintain such a cold attitude in a situation like this. However, the Sylph on the right didn't even try to explain herself when the Sylph on the left nodded. She continued staring at Wu Yan as if she wasn't afraid that Wu Yan would believe her. Her behavior. Only Sylph would be able to do that. Wu Yan, who didn't get the right answer, turned to the Sylph on the right. "You're Sylph." The Sylph on the right didn't even look at Wu Yan. After a while, she spat out a few words in a soft voice. "She's a fake. Yan Jian. Jia." Her attitude was still cold. But who would be able to distinguish the truth from the lies with just one sentence? Wu Yan felt a headache coming on. At this moment, Natsuki spoke. Try using the system's sense. Wu Yan was stunned. He quickly activated the system's sense. A stream of light flashed through his wine-red pupils. Sylph. Ailu, level 74, Sylph. Ailu, level 74. Wu Yan's expression changed after he received the system's information. Even the system can't tell who's real and who's fake. Natsuki, who is connected to Wu Yan, heard the same thing. She lowered her voice. With the system's mystical abilities, it should be able to tell who's real and who's fake. I think so too. Wu Yan sighed. Instead, he answered. But didn't you just say that my senses would be somewhat clouded in here? You're saying. Natsuki said. It's not that the system can't tell who's real and who's fake. It's just that you received the wrong information. That should be it. Wu Yan bitterly smiled. He looked at the green mist. Natsuki, you said that there's something strange about this fog. Could it be that it's the cause of this? That's possible. Natsuki replied. It's very normal for a gas like fog to invade your body when you breathe. Under such circumstances, it's not strange for it to obscure your brain senses. Then what should I do? Wu Yan's expression turned bitter. You have a different consciousness from me. Can't you help me? It's because we have different consciousnesses that I was able to wake you up when you fell into a dream. Natsuki explained in a calm voice. But don't forget, I'm still in your body. I can't directly access information from the outside world. I can only access information from the outside world by sharing your consciousness. Therefore, I can directly share the things you see with your consciousness. Naturally, this includes the illusions you see. It's fine if it's a dream, at least I can tell that you're in a deep sleep. But in an illusion, what you see is what I see and what you sense is what I sense. How can I tell? This is really... Wu Yan gritted his teeth. He waved his hand. Behind him, Wang Caibao's crimson space rippled. A red spear shot out and landed in Wu Yan's hand. It's the fantasy killer that can destroy all abilities. Wu Yan took a deep breath after brandishing the fantasy killer. Since it's an illusion, I should be able to break it with the fantasy killer, right? Wu Yan said it out loud, he didn't say it in his mind. The two sylphs heard him and turned to look at the red spear in Wu Yan's hand. One of them had a ripple in her eyes when she heard Wu Yan's words. Are you sure? On the other hand, Natsuki refuted Wu Yan's words. Maybe the fake sylph wasn't created by any special ability, but a natural phenomenon like a mirage. Fata Morgana. Wu Yan furrowed his brows. Can Fata Morgana imitate a person's actions and language? That's hard to say. After all, this is their territory. Natsuki sighed after saying that. Besides, are you really willing to stab your mistress with this spear? Wu Yan fell into silence, he felt helpless in his heart. Looks like I'll have to spend some points to find a way from the system, that's the only way. Natsuki agreed. Just as Wu Yan was about to open the systems list, Sylph put down her meteor shower and walked towards Wu Yan. Wu Yan paused. He stopped his hand that was about to pull up the system list. He looked at Sylph walking towards him with a frown on his face. He raised his guard and raised his guard. Sylph stopped in front of Wu Yan and locked eyes with Wu Yan. They stared at each other for a while before Sylph reached out and placed her hand on Fantasy Killer in Wu Yan's hand. Wu Yan's frown deepened when he saw this. You. What are you doing? Sylph looked at Wu Yan. Then, she uttered a cold and firm statement. I told you, there is only one Sylph that belongs to you. Sylph grabbed Fantasy Killer's spear and stabbed it into the back of her hand before Wu Yan could react. In the next second, blood splattered everywhere. Are you an idiot? Wu Yan's expression changed when he saw the blood flowing out of Sylph's hand. He pulled out Fantasy Killer without hesitation and he grabbed Sylph's hand as he roared at her. There are many ways to tell, why did you choose to hurt yourself? Sylph's cold expression melted when she saw Wu Yan's angry expression. Even though it was only a little, Wu Yan could clearly feel the warmth in her heart. Sylph replied with a single sentence. Even if I lost my powers, I am still Sylph. Her cold words touched Wu Yan's heartstrings. Natsuki couldn't help but sigh. What a strong self-esteem. This princess has a strong heart under her cold exterior, Wu Yan didn't know what else to say. However, after this battle, he no longer doubted that the Sylph in front of him was an illusion. Like Natsuki said, Sylph's self-esteem isn't something an illusion can replicate. Both of them turned their attention to the fake Sylph. Their gazes turned cold and indifferent. Are you still going to pretend? The fake Sylph put down her meteor shower. Wu Yan and Sylph thought the fake Sylph had given up. Who knew what happened next would cause their expressions to turn ugly. Chapter 1083. The green fog that had been slowly drifting in the surroundings suddenly rolled up violently. The wind howled as the green mist swirled around Wu Yan and Sylph like a tornado. Wu Yan and Sylph were trapped in the center of the tornado. Wu Yan and Sylph froze and took a step back. Wu Yan extended his hand and shielded Sylph behind him. The Nyama no Shana in his left hand lit up with a bright red flame that illuminated Wu Yan's tense expression. He held Fantasy Killer in his right hand and pointed it diagonally to the ground to protect Sylph. When Sylph raised her meteor shower again, Wu Yan turned his attention to the fake Sylph. Wu Yan watched as the fake Sylph's expression turned sluggish. She looked like a lifelike doll. It was only at this moment that the fake Sylph finally revealed her impersonation. Of course, Wu Yan wasn't concerned about the fake Sylph. The real reason why his expression turned ugly and Sylph couldn't remain calm was because there were figures standing behind the fake Sylph. Those figures were none other than Sylph. There were at least tens of thousands of them. Looking at the sea of Sylph, Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wu Yan sighed at the same time. After the Misaka sisters, another Sylph army has appeared in front of him. Unfortunately, this so-called Sylph army isn't as cute as the Misaka sisters. At least, the Misaka sisters still have their own consciousness and soul. However, the Sylph army before him has dimmed down completely. Inside, there was a stillness like stagnant water. Moreover, it was filled with dullness. With a single glance, one could tell that they were not real humans. However, this is fine too. The flames on the Nyama no Shana in his hand expanded. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and smirked. I don't need to hold back anymore. Not sure if he heard Wu Yan's words. Tens of thousands of Sylphs suddenly raised their hands and aimed their meteor shower at Wu Yan and Sylph. Then, silver dots of starlight slowly gathered in the hands of the Sylph who had drawn the bowstring of meteor shower. Wu Yan felt a chill down his spine when he saw this. He tightened his grip on his spear and sword. He could sense that the scene before him was definitely not as simple as an illusion. Be careful. Natsuki seemed to have sensed something through Wu Yan's consciousness. If you're hit, even if you're not in any danger, you'll fall into a dream just like you. Got it. Wu Yan replied in a serious tone in his heart. He raised his head and looked ahead. His wine-red eyes turned golden in an instant. Ding 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 ding. Amidst the green storm, a series of melodious syllables rang out. It sounded like water droplets hitting the strings of a zither. It was exceptionally pleasing to the ears. Amidst the melodious syllables, crimson spatial ripples spread out and covered the entire area. Then, black iron sand swords shot out from the spatial ripples. They tore through the air and rained down on the Sylph impostors. Meteor shower was Wu Yan's noble artifact. How could Wu Yan not know about it? It didn't have any supernatural abilities, nor did it come with any heaven-defying effects. Meteor shower only had one effect. That was the power of the ultimate. Might was everything about the meteor knight. Among all of Wu Yan's techniques, excluding Ruby Mode and his familiars, Meteor Shower was one of the most powerful techniques. Meteor Shower was definitely one of the top techniques. In fact, there weren't many techniques in the 103,000 grimoires that could compare to it in terms of pure power. However, under that extreme power, the Meteor Shower also had a flaw that couldn't be ignored. Drawing the bow and charging the arrow required time. The Sylph imposters were all illusions, and the meteor shower in their hands was a fake as well. It might have lost its power, but if it was hit, it would have some other effect. However, regardless of the consequences of being hit, since it was a fake meteor knight, the flaw was still there. Therefore, the best way to deal with it was to strike first. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The iron sand swords pierced through the air and landed on the Sylph imposters, tearing their bodies apart. The Sylph didn't even have the time to release her starlight arrows before they were shot by the iron sand swords. Their bodies instantly turned into green mist. The Sylph imposters were formed by the green mist. Wu Yan scanned the green mist around him, and he used Nyaton Shana to conjure up a fireball. Glancing at the red lotus flames on the Nyatono no Shana, Wu Yan raised it above his head. He spun it around, and with a wave of his hand, a dense curtain of red lotus flames surged out like a tidal wave. It crashed into the swirling green mist storm. Boom! Amidst the muffled sound, the red lotus fire curtain enveloped the dense green storm and slowly began to burn. However, within the red lotus fire curtain, the dense green fog continued to revolve on its own and was not damaged at all. Wu Yan pursed his lips. He recalled the red lotus fire curtain, and he captured Fantasy Killer. He didn't make a move for a long time. That was also natural. Although the Fantasy Killer could destroy all supernatural abilities, it was only limited to the part that was hit by it. The green storm was almost overwhelming, and it was impossible to eliminate it all at once. Let me try. Seeing that Wu Yan didn't make a move, Sylph pulled back the bowstring of meteor shower. Droplets of starlight gathered and formed a bright starlight arrow. Whoosh! Sylph let go of the arrow, and the starlight arrow streaked across the sky like a meteor. It left a dazzling trail behind it as it flew into the mist storm. Bzzz. The meteor-like arrow suddenly landed on the rotating fog storm. In an instant, the fog storm paused, and a ripple appeared at the point where the meteor-like arrow collided with it. As the ripples reverberated, green mist rolled out from the center of the meteor-like arrow and enveloped the arrow. Then, the arrow was sucked back into the swirling mist storm. It had actually swallowed the arrow shot out by the meteor knight. Sylph's eyes turned cold. She raised her meteor shower, and when she was about to fire another arrow, Wu Yan stopped her. The green mist can't be destroyed. Don't waste your energy. While saying this, Wu Yan's gaze was fixed on the spinning green storm in front of him. Instead of wasting time on the mist, it's better to think of a way to leave this place. Our goal isn't to fight the mist. Sylph pondered for a moment and nodded. The green mist started raging again. Like a whirlwind, the mist took the shape of humans. They lined up in front of Wu Yan and Sylph. Wu Yan waved his hand, and he activated Gate of Babylon again. Countless iron sand swords were fired at the humanoid green mist. Before they could fully materialize, they were all scattered. Sylph. After the humanoid shapes were dispersed, Wu Yan opened his hand to Sylph. Sylph immediately understood and threw herself into Wu Yan's embrace. Let's go. Wu Yan tightened his grip on Sylph's waist and leaped into the air. Tiny iron sand particles that couldn't be seen with the naked eye wrapped around his body and carried him towards a corner of the green mist storm. Bang! It was as if something had been shattered, and a rather large hole had been created in the green fog storm ahead. Whoosh! With Sylph in his arms, Wu Yen charged out of the encirclement. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 1084. The sky was dark green, the earth was dark green, and the forest was thick and lush. Above it all stood, a small stream of green water flowed down from a strange green mountain peak in the distance. It was like a small green willow that adorned this forest where even the tree trunks were green. Even though everything was green, it gave off an exceptionally tranquil feeling, causing the surroundings to appear slightly peaceful. Whoosh! However, this silence did not last for long. A rushing sound mercilessly broke it. On the other side, a ray of light suddenly rushed over. Immediately, it came to a violent halt as though it had suddenly braked. Only after it rubbed against the surrounding empty space did it slowly come to a stop and stayed in the air. Looking at the green sky, he lowered his head and looked at the dense forest below. Finally, he turned around and looked at the green mist behind him. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. Phew, that was close. I didn't think it would be that difficult. Sylph, who was in Wu Yan's embrace, nodded in agreement. She looked at the green mist with Wu Yan. The area covered by the fog was very wide. Moreover, it had the ability to confuse one's 5 senses. If it had not condensed by itself and turned into a storm to trap us, I'm afraid that it would not have been easy for us to walk out of that place. That's true. Wu Yan nodded in agreement. He sighed. I guess the mist reaped what it sowed. After that, the two of them looked at the direction of the green mist. In the distance, the green mist dissipated once more. Wu Yan and Sylph could vaguely see the green mist spreading in all directions. Wu Yan and Sylph could vaguely see the green mist blotting out the sky as it continued to spread. What made Wu Yan and Sylph speechless was the green mist. It was actually a form of encirclement. It surrounded the area where the two of them were in a circular shape. In other words, no matter which direction Wu Yan and Sylph chose, they would have to pass through the green mist. They would have to face the obstruction of dreams and illusions. Dreams and illusions. Wu Yan looked at Sylph in his arms. Have you fallen into a dream before? Yes. Sylph nodded. She replied softly, originally, before we entered the green fog, I was holding your hand the whole time. But I don't know when my hand was empty. When I reacted, I was the only one left. Then, my other self appeared in front of me and shot me with an arrow. After that, I fell into a dream. I see. Wu Yan asked curiously, what kind of dream did you have? Yes. You came to marry me. Sylph didn't try to hide anything from him. She didn't even know how much her words shook Wu Yan's confidence. She just continued talking to herself. And you only married me. You didn't bring the other girls with you. Wu Yan blushed with shame when he heard that. He laughed out loud. He also dreamt of marriage, but it was just a dream created by exploiting the loophole in his heart. If Sylph dreamt of marriage as well and he only married her, doesn't this mean that Sylph doesn't want to share herself with Hinajiku, Mikoto, and the others? But that's also true. Which girl would want her other half to have other lovers? Even a girl like Kurumi should be more or less concerned, right? Shaking his head, Wu Yan chuckled as he asked again. Then, how did you leave the dream? Yes. There was a loophole in the dream. Sylph's cold voice stunned Wu Yan. Loophole? What loophole? Father congratulated me. Sylph explained. If I'm married, Father will never congratulate me. He'll just find a crime and execute my husband. That's what Father would do. His mind went blank and he almost couldn't keep up with his calculations. He tripped and fell down. His sweaty face had evolved into a head full of sweat. It seems like he didn't realize the extent of the Ailu Emperor's daughter's control. I have to be careful next time. Sylph's lips curled up slightly when she saw Wu Yen sweating profusely. It lasted for a second or two before it disappeared. She then looked around. Although we've left the green fog's encirclement, we seem to be in another encirclement. Wu Yen, who was planning to kill Kite first to ensure his own safety, paused for a bit when he heard Sylph's words. He started looking around. Wu Yen and Sylph noticed that they were surrounded by a mountain range that reached into the clouds. The mountain range stretched as far as the eye could see and surrounded the area. Wu Yen and Sylph exchanged glances with each other. They both frowned at the sight of the mountain range. Do we have to cross this mountain range if we want to leave this forbidden area? Wu Yen looked at the mountain range in front of him. He couldn't see the top of the mountain range. This mountain range had already reached into the clouds of the green sky. Don't tell me we have to fly to the top. Wu Yen bitterly laughed as he looked at the mountain range that soared into the sky. Is this the guardian tree's test? Could it be that the guardian tree didn't want anyone to enter the core palace of the place of gods? It wasn't unreasonable for him to say something like that. This area has already sealed off all mana and possibly Do Qi as well. Being in this area, unless one is like Wu Yen who has a special ability that doesn't require the support of Do Qi or mana, one wouldn't be able to wield even the slightest bit of power. They would be no different from a normal person. Even an idiot would know that a normal person wouldn't be able to cross the mountain range that pierced through the clouds. Moreover, it's only 10 days. Sylph seemed to have thought of this as well. She frowned and shook her head. The guardian tree wouldn't set a test that we can't pass. Sylph looked at Wu Yen. Didn't father say that? The test set by the guardian tree varies from person to person. The stronger the person, the harder the test. The higher the number of people, the harder the test. So you're saying that the test is so difficult because we're too strong? Wu Yen gasped. If one of us is a tier 9 and the other a tier 8, our tests are already like this. What about the tests of the 3 demigod guardians? Maybe it's because you have some power here that the test is harder. Sylph said thoughtfully. After all, the guardian tree is a fair place. If the test isn't harder, it would be too easy for someone like you to pass. Wu Yen was speechless. Alright, I guess I'll have to fly to the sky to take a look. I guess that's the only way. Sylph nodded. With your power, it shouldn't be too hard. Wu Yen rolled his eyes at Sylph. He sucked in a deep breath and he used his superpower to control the iron particles around him and he flew up into the sky. Compared to the mountain range, Wu Yen and Sylph's figures were insignificant. They were so small that they couldn't be seen. However, at this moment, these tiny figures soared into the sky with a loud howl. Wu Yen and Sylph adjusted their breathing as the temperature dropped. Their ears were filled with the sound of the wind as they soared into the sky. Wu Yen and Sylph stopped above the clouds to observe their surroundings. They wanted to find the peak of the mountain range and climb it. However, the terrifying thing is that the circular mountain range is still extending upwards. If there is a universe in this world, then the peak of the mountain range must be in the universe. Sylph's mind went blank when she saw this. However, Wu Yan's eyes lit up and he pointed in a direction. Look over there. Sylph quickly turned around and saw something. At the corner of the mountain range, there was a huge hole. It looked like a giant mouth that could devour a person. Chapter 1085. Floating above the clouds, surrounded by green mountains like a heavenly mirror. The sky was green, and the clouds were also green. This scene made people unable to help but feel that it was unreal. With Sylph in his arms, Wu Yen flew towards the giant hole in the corner of the mountain range. He stopped about 20 meters away and looked at it with narrowed eyes. The hole is huge. It's huge. If Wu Yan were to stand in front of it, he would look like an ant standing in front of a wall that's more than 10 meters tall. The surrounding scenery was all green, and only the huge hole in front of them was completely black. Traces of gloomy aura blew out from it, like a monster with its mouth open, waiting for its prey to come to its door. It made people feel terrified. It's a good thing that the hole is dark and it's huge. That's why Wu Yan was able to find it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to find a hole like this in the entire mountain range. Wu Yan and Sylph floated in front of the hole. They didn't say anything. However, if you look closely, you'll notice a solemn expression in their eyes. Now, the two of them have a rough idea of what this green world is like. Simply put, this green world is like a basin surrounded by a mountain range. With the central area as the center, there's a ring of green fog surrounding the area. Beyond the green fog is the mountain range that surrounds this world. However, the mountain range that surrounds this world is no ordinary mountain range. Also, no one has ever seen a mountain range that surrounds the entire world. The top of the mountain range is so far away that it's impossible to see it. If you live in this world, it's no different from being imprisoned in a large cage. Under such circumstances, the only way to get out of this huge cage was to cross the mountain range that stretched into the heavens and into the earth. However, they can't even see the top of the mountain range even from the clouds. It's unknown if they can find the top of the mountain range. Such a world. I'm afraid you can only see it in the place of gods. Now, there was a huge cave in the middle of the mountain range. Wasn't this telling others that if they wanted to leave, they had to go in? It feels like it's inviting us in. Wu Yan smiled. He smiled playfully. Sylph nodded. She looked into Wu Yan's wine-red eyes. But we have no other choice. Indeed, the hole in front of them is their only hope of leaving this world. So, we have no choice but to go in. After saying the two sentences one by one, the two of them looked at each other. Then, they suddenly turned into a stream of light and flew towards the dark hole. They shot towards it. After entering the hole, Wu Yan and Sylph's field of vision gradually faded away and was replaced by a thick darkness. If the green world gives off a strange and peaceful feeling, then this black hole gives off a strange and peaceful feeling. It's strange and eerie. It was as if the surrounding temperature had dropped by quite a bit. The two of them involuntarily stuck close to each other as they flew. However, their gazes remained fixed in front of them and did not leave for even a moment. The wind caused by their rapid flight hit their faces, causing their hair to dance in the wind. But even so, their gazes never left the room. About half an hour later, a bright light appeared in their field of vision. Their expressions tensed up. Wu Yan and Sylph looked at each other. They didn't say anything. Instead, they increased their speed and they charged towards the source of the light. They passed through it. Wu Yan stopped. The first thing that caught the eyes of the two hovering in the air was the door. That's right. It's a door. A 3-meter-tall door. Logically speaking, Wu Yan and Sylph should be happy to see a door. However, when they saw the door, they didn't look happy at all. Instead, they looked at each other and bitterly chuckled. It was not because of anything else, but because of those doors. There wasn't just one door there. Instead, there were countless doors that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It was impossible to count how many of them there were. After passing through the hole, Wu Yan and Sylph found themselves in a spacious cavern. The surrounding rock walls were circular and stood in the middle of the vast cave. They were like stairs that were stacked layer by layer. On the stair-like rock walls, there were iron and copper doors that were arranged in an orderly manner. It made the entire cave look like a large graveyard. It was extremely gloomy. Glancing at the countless doors around him, Wu Yan felt like all the energy in his body was drained away. He shrugged his shoulders and a tired expression appeared on his face. I say, is the divine tree trying to get us to find the door to the core palace? Sylph. Sylph lowered her head. After a moment of silence, she spoke word by word. If that's the case, then one of these doors must lead to the core palace. That's true. Wu Yan sighed. But how are we going to find that door? We're not going to have to open them one by one, right? I don't think we have enough time even if we have 10 days. Although he didn't know how many doors there are on the stairs, he can't even estimate the number of doors with his perfect memory ability. One can only imagine how terrifying the number would be. If Wu Yan wasn't shackled, he might be able to find the correct door with some spells. But now, Wu Yan felt hopeless just by looking at it. At the very least, we can be sure that searching blindly is futile. Compared to Wu Yan's helpless expression, Sylph's expression was as calm as ever. It was as if nothing could stir up her emotions. Her voice was calm as well. The divine tree wouldn't set up such a hopeless test. There must be a hint that can lead us to the correct door. Or maybe there's something different about it. Let's hope it's a hint. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. If there's something different, I don't think we'll be lucky enough to find it. Sylph nodded. Wu Yan was surprised by her calm demeanor. Aren't you worried that you won't be able to enter the core palace? Sylph remained silent for a moment. She then said expressionlessly, I don't have high hopes for the domain of gods. Wu Yan was surprised to hear this. The domain of gods is a backdoor created by the creators of the three empires for their descendants. There are countless treasures inside that can change a person's life. If one can find a chance to transform in the domain of gods, even if they were originally trash, they might be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. They might even become a prodigy better than Sylph. It was also because of this that bullying of the weak, which could be seen everywhere in the other forces, was not very likely to happen in the royal families of the three empires. This was because no one could guarantee that the person they bullied would not be able to ascend to the heavens in a single bound in the land of gods. This wasn't something impossible. As for the group of geniuses, if they didn't gain anything in the land of gods, they would become a laughingstock. Wu Yan saw Ka and Jaffer wearing bitter expressions on their faces more than once. They're worried that they won't be able to gain anything in the domain of gods. Their reputation as geniuses would be tarnished if they didn't get anything in the domain of gods. However, Sylph, the most outstanding genius in the domain of gods, didn't seem to have high hopes for the domain of gods. Sylph noticed Wu Yan's surprise, so she asked him in a soft voice. Even if I lose my powers, I'm still Sylph. Even if I lose the chance to transform, I'm still Sylph. In her ice blue eyes, that indifferent expression appeared along with her resolute words. Wu Yan once again realized that the girl in his arms is not as simple as she looks. Perhaps I underestimated this princess a little bit, that's not for sure. Chapter 1086. Time slowly passed. How much time had passed? Even in that green world, it was hard to tell, let alone in this cave where there was no sunlight. Only Wu Yan with his perfect memory can say with certainty that they have spent another day in this cave. During this time, Wu Yan and Sylph have been searching the vast cave for clues. They are looking for clues about the location of the true entrance to the core palace of the domain of gods. Unfortunately, after an entire day of searching in the cave, the two of them still couldn't find anything. It's not that they didn't find anything, the cavern is just too big. Wu Yan and Sylph spent the whole day looking for clues, but they only managed to cover less than 10% of the cavern. In other words, it would take them at least 10 days to search the entire cave. But the problem was that everyone could only stay in the domain of gods for 10 days. Wu Yan and Sylph have spent 2 days in the domain of gods. They only have 8 days left. They don't have enough time. Sigh. Wu Yan sighed for the umpteenth time and shook his head. He didn't know how many times he sighed and laughed bitterly. The guardian tree is really, constantly trying to give us time problems. Does it really want us to waste these 10 days so badly? Yes. That's why it's called a test. Sylph's eyes darted around the area as if she was trying to find some clues that she didn't have. If it's that easy to evolve, the treasures in the domain of gods would have been used up by the 3 empires over the past tens of thousands of years. You're right. Wu Yan nodded. He mimicked Sylph and he scanned the area. He looked at the doors that looked exactly the same as the one he saw earlier. His vision was blurry, and he could only helplessly sink his consciousness into his body and ask. Natsuki, do you have any ideas? Yes. If we can get out, we can. But right now, we can only stay in your body. What can I do? Natsuki's dignified voice was tinged with a hint of helplessness. Also, even if we can get out, our mana will still be sealed. If that's the case, we won't be able to get out. Wu Yan frowned when he heard that. Are we really going to have to continue searching here? Yes. Natsuki didn't respond to Wu Yan immediately. She waited for a while before sending her voice into Wu Yan's mind. Can't you find a way in the system? Yes. You're right. There are many mystical items in the system. I once fell into a maze in a dungeon world and used a compass that led me to the right entrance and exit. Isn't that enough? Natsuki asked curiously. At the same time, she contacted Wu Yan's consciousness and shared her memories with him. Natsuki couldn't say anything when she connected with Wu Yan. Do you know the reason now? Wu Yan said to Natsuki in an annoyed manner. With a flip of his hand, he took out a compass. Wu Yan used this compass once when he was trapped in the sealed labyrinth in the world of the Whirlwind Butler. It has the ability to guide the user according to the concepts in their mind, such as enter and exit. These vague words can be used to guide the user to the correct exit. This effect is perfect for the current situation. Wu Yan only needs to think about the concept of entering the core palace in his mind and the compass will be able to find the real door. If it were that simple. If Sylph turned her attention to Wu Yan, she would be able to see the compass. Then, she would see the compass that was supposed to point in the right direction spinning around in Wu Yan's hand. This. Natsuki's voice turned serious. She asked with uncertainty, could it be that all the doors here are the correct entrances to the core palace? I don't know. Wu Yan went straight to the point. But Sylph told me. The guardian tree is responsible for opening the doors to the core palace. The guardian tree has the ability to open spatial passages. I think this is the entrance to the core palace. It has to be whichever door it wants it to be. It's not fixed at all. So, even the items in the system can't be used, then how are we supposed to find the correct door? Natsuki's voice was filled with dissatisfaction. After all, no matter who it was, if they knew that the entrance to the core palace that they were searching for wasn't fixed and that someone else could open it wherever they wanted, not to mention being dissatisfied, they might even go berserk. To paraphrase Sylph, it's not a test if it's that easy to find it. Wu Yan laughed and slapped his cheeks. But looking at it from another perspective, it also means that Sylph's words are correct. The guardian tree doesn't want us to find the correct door among those doors. Instead, it wants us to pass the guardian tree's test based on a hint that might exist. Natsuki went silent for a moment after hearing Wu Yan's words. She asked. Then what do you plan to do? Wu Yan closed his eyes and he entered a state of deep contemplation. The surroundings are quiet, the pitch-black environment made the graveyard-like doors look eerie and scary. It's as if they could open at any moment and some demon or monster would come running out. If it was a normal girl here, they would probably stick to Wu Yan's body and seek protection. Sylph, on the other hand, turned a blind eye to all of this. She continued her search with all her heart and soul. Even in the darkness of the cave, Sylph still exuded a sense of presence that cannot be ignored. She was exceptionally beautiful. However, the only person who was fortunate enough to witness all of this was sitting there with his eyes closed. Until a certain moment, those wine-red eyes suddenly opened. It's futile to continue searching like this. In front of Sylph, Wu Yan denied all her efforts. Sylph froze and she turned around. She tilted her head and she asked Wu Yan. She wasn't angry at all. She tilted her head and she asked in a puzzled manner, "What are you talking about? Then what should we do?" Wu Yan looked at the doors in front of him when he heard Sylph saying the same thing as Natsuki. It doesn't matter if it's real or fake. Since it's a door, shouldn't we open it first? Sylph froze for a moment and frowned. Isn't that a little too reckless? It's better than searching aimlessly. He took a few steps forward and stood in front of Sylph. Maybe we can find some clues behind the door. Sylph furrowed her brows. She looked at Wu Yan's smiling face and she nodded in agreement. All right, it's a good idea to try. Okay. Wu Yan nodded. He looked ahead and locked his eyes on the door closest to him. I'll give it a try. Although they don't know what's behind the door, no matter how they look at it, Wu Yan, who still has some power and is a man, is the most suitable candidate to test the door. Sylph knew that she would only be a burden if something were to happen to her in her current state. She didn't object and obediently took a step back. Wu Yan smiled and gave Sylph a reassuring look. He then walked towards the door closest to him. He placed his hand on the door. Feeling the rough and cold sensation, Wu Yan recalled the time when he found Boss's room in Swordsman's domain. At that time, he was also like this. He placed his hand on the door and felt the cold touch of the door. He was also prepared to face the SS of the gatekeeper, and this time, what kind of gatekeeper would be behind the door? With that thought in mind, Wu Yan focused his mind and with a push, he pushed the door open. Bzzz. The next moment, a strong light shone on Wu Yan from the other side of the door. Chapter 1087. Everything in front of him has turned into a vast expanse of whiteness. Wu Yan reflexively raised his hand to shield his eyes when the light shone on him. He also raised his guard to prevent any accidents from happening. When the light gradually dimmed, Wu Yan lowered his hand and scanned the area in front of him. What he saw made his expression change. In front of him is still a vast expanse of whiteness. There are only two figures in the area. One of them is himself. The other one was a petite girl who was floating in the air. She was wearing a red and white gothic loli outfit and a beret flower hat. She had a pair of broken necklace-like wings with crystals hanging from her back. She also had a demon-like tail. She was a petite girl. Foo! Flan! Wu Yan exclaimed when he saw the petite girl floating in front of him. Isn't that Flandre-chan? Perhaps she heard Wu Yan's exclamation. Flandre-chan lifted her head from under the beret flower hat. Her delicate and adorable face is exposed to the vast expanse of whiteness. At the same time, a pair of wine-red eyes similar to Wu Yan's was also exposed. When the two pairs of wine-red eyes met, Flandre-chan's eyes lit up and a cute smile appeared on her face. She looked very happy, which made people's hearts relax involuntarily. Big brother! Flandre-chan cheered as if she saw her closest kin. Her voice was filled with excitement, but unlike before, she didn't call out to Wu Yan and rush into Wu Yan's arms with enough force to break rocks. Why is Flandre-chan? Wu Yan frowned when he noticed this. His expression turned ugly when he realized what was going on. Is this another dream? The answer to this question came from Flandre-chan's next words. It had clearly and definitely been proven to be true. Hey! Big brother! A scarlet bloody light flashed through her wine-red eyes that were filled with joy. As this scarlet bloody light exploded, the joy contained within instantly turned into a thick baleful aura and blood energy. Flandrachan's lips curled into a sinister smile that sent chills down Wu Yan's spine. That childish voice. In the vast expanse of whiteness. It reverberated. Come play with Flandrachan. That familiar expression, that familiar behavior, and those familiar words. She hasn't recovered her normal state of mind. It was the same old Flandrachan who was mentally unstable. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes shrunk when he realized this. Flandrachan, you. But before he could finish his words, Flandrachan let out a sinister laugh and waved her little hand. A bloody vine suddenly burst out from the ground and pierced towards the retreating pupil. The tip of the blood-red vine enlarged in Wu Yan's eyes, causing his pupils to contract at an extreme speed. He tilted his head in the nick of time. Swoosh! The sharp end of the vine pierced through the air and mercilessly slashed Wu Yan's face, leaving a long wound on his face. Wu Yan finally came to his senses, his shrunken pupils constricted. Hey hey! Flandrachan clapped her hands like an innocent child. Come play. Come play. Flandrachan extended her hand toward Wu Yan and opened her palm. Wu Yan's hair stood on end when he saw this. This isn't a joke. Flandrachan's action is a standard action when she unleashes her unique destructive ability. Tisk. Knowing this isn't the time to hesitate, Wu Yan curled his lips in annoyance. Lightning flashed across his forehead. Just as the two of them were about to turn on each other, a voice as young as Flandrachan, filled with authority and scolding reverberated in Wu Yan's heart. Now is not the time to do such things. Wu Yan paused when he heard this. The next moment, the white expanse of heaven and earth shattered. Inside the cave, Wu Yan, who was standing in front of the door, suddenly opened his eyes. He quickly retreated to the back of the cave and his dark gaze swept towards the door that is emitting a strong light. The moment Wu Yan woke up, the door closed. Under Wu Yan and Sylph's shocked gaze, the doors on the staircase started to move at a speed not visible to the naked eye. It took about 10 seconds for them to return to their original state. Wu Yan and Sylph's expression turned grim. These doors could actually change their positions. Doesn't that mean they can't even remove the useless doors? Sylph closed her eyes and forced herself to calm down. She looked at Wu Yan. Are you okay? Yes. Wu Yan touched his stinging cheek and found a trace of blood. It was the blood from the wound on his cheek caused by Flandrachan's attack in the dream. Wu Yan touched his healed cheek and laughed self-deprecatingly. Maybe I have to do something now. The injuries he suffered in the dream could actually affect reality. Is this a real dream? Wu Yan explained. Sylph glanced at the doors that changed their positions with a cold glare. Then we can't open those doors as we please. Wu Yan wiped the blood off his cheek and shook his head. No, let me try again. Otherwise, there's no other way to find the correct door. But the position of those doors would change, wouldn't it? Sylph didn't say that out loud. Sylph knew they didn't know what else they could do. Let me try this time. Sylph suggested. She didn't object to Wu Yan's suggestion. Wu Yan wanted to object, but when he saw the determination in Sylph's eyes, he gave up on the idea. He hesitated for a bit before nodding. Don't close your eyes. Once you close your eyes, I will immediately rush over to wake you up. Sylph nodded and raised her foot in the direction Wu Yan went. Since the doors can move, it doesn't matter which one they go to. Sylph walked towards the door in a completely different manner from Wu Yan. She didn't want to give herself a chance to regret her decision, so she pushed the door open. This time, there was no bright light or dream. What appeared behind the door was a mirror. A mirror. Wu Yan and Sylph were stunned. At this moment, Sylph's reflection in the mirror raised her head with a dagger in her hand. The dagger pierced through the mirror and went straight for Sylph's chest. Sylph's expression changed. Tisk. Suddenly, a hand reached out from Sylph's side and grabbed the sharp dagger. There was a tearing sound as the hand that held the dagger began to bleed. Before Sylph could react, Sylph pulled her dagger out of the mirror and retracted her hand back into the mirror. Blood splattered all over the floor as she retracted her hand back into the mirror. At the same time, the door with the mirror slammed shut. Together with all the other doors, it started to rotate again. Sylph didn't care about the doors. She turned around and looked at Wu Yan, or rather, at his bleeding hand. Don't worry, I did it on purpose. Wu Yan pursed his lips when he saw Sylph staring at his bleeding hand. He flexed his hand that healed in an instant. Dreams and illusions, it's the same as the one in the green mist. But Wu Yan shook off the blood on his hand and pursed his lips. This time, I can't treat them as mere dreams and illusions. The damage he received in the dream is real. The illusory realm also had the ability to cause real damage. Compared to the previous pure dreams and illusions, it was many times stronger. Realistic dreams and illusions. Natsuki's voice echoed from Wu Yan's body. She transmitted her voice to Wu Yan. This is a tricky situation. Wu Yan nodded. He exchanged glances with Sylph. He looked at the new door and extended his hand. Chapter 1088. Facing the doors that were filled with vast caverns, the two of them spent an entire day trying to open them. Another day passed. During this time, Wu Yan and Sylph have pushed open more than 100 doors. Pushing open more than 100 doors also means that they have experienced more than 100 realistic dreams and illusions. If it were another group, they would never do the same thing as Wu Yan and Sylph. Even if one's mana and combat aura weren't restricted, who would be willing to repeatedly fall into a dream and be attacked by the people around them and by an illusion that was exactly the same as them? If something goes wrong, the injury would only be minor. Of course, in the domain of gods, no one would encounter anything that could endanger their lives. However, if they were trapped in a dream or illusion, they would lose a lot of time. If he didn't have Natsuki helping him awaken and if he didn't have a certain level of power to deal with illusions, he would have to think twice before pushing open these doors that can trap people in dreams and illusions. As for Sylph, she insisted on taking turns to open the doors with Wu Yan. It was as if she didn't care about her own life. If Wu Yan also lost his powers, he wouldn't have asked her to do something so stubborn and dangerous. It must be said that from a certain point of view, the two of them had the same personality. They are both crazy. For the entire day, Wu Yan repeatedly fell into a dream. He would be awakened by Natsuki or Sylph, he would be attacked by the illusions, he would repel the illusions and he would continue to push open the doors. It was a boring and dangerous process. However, Wu Yan didn't stop. He has the body of a true ancestor, he won't die. He might as well try a few more times. Perhaps, he might be able to find the trajectories of the moving doors. From there, he might be able to obtain the entrance to the true core palace. Sylph was also doing the same thing. She kept pushing the doors open and was woken up by Wu Yan. Whenever she encountered an illusion attack, Wu Yan would rush forward and deal with it. Apart from that, Sylph didn't do anything else. Coupled with Sylph's frosty expression, those who didn't know better would think that she was a puppet acting according to the designer's instructions. Over time, be it Wu Yan or Sylph, both of them started to feel numb after repeated attempts. Wu Yan took a glance at the many doors on the stairs, which were rotating and changing again. He took a deep breath and rubbed the spot between his eyebrows, which was aching slightly. Sylph, did you find anything? Sylph shook her head. Even though her face was expressionless, her blue eyes were filled with exhaustion. Every time I enter a dream, the content of the dream is different. The illusions are also different. Wu Yan's pain intensified when he heard Sylph talk about dreams and illusions. In the beginning, everything was fine. The dreams were all related to him. The illusions had always been based on himself and Sylph. But as time went on, not only did the content of the illusions become strange, there were all kinds of things, even the illusions no longer appeared in a fixed pattern. It was getting more and more troublesome. What about Natsuki? Did you find anything else? Nothing. A voice that only Wu Yan could hear reverberated in his mind. Compared to Wu Yan and Sylph, Natsuki's voice didn't change at all. She was still as calm as ever. Although the content is different, basically, what you encounter after you open the door is either a dream or an illusion. Once you wake up from the dream or deal with the threat of the illusion, the open door will automatically close and change positions. Based on this, it seems that the door will automatically close and change positions. Based on this, it should be impossible to enter those doors that can create illusions in dreams. Doors that can create illusions in dreams. Wu Yan frowned. Do you think there are certain conditions to pass through those doors? Natsuki asked in a confused voice. How should I put it? Didn't the compass tell us that these doors could be real? Wu Yan pursed his lips. For example, we can charge and before the door closes. I don't think that's possible. Natsuki raised her voice. It's just as you said. If it's that easy, it wouldn't be a test. I don't think the Divine Tree would set this test for a Tier 9 and 8 to pass, right? You're right. If that's the case, it's too easy. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Seriously, why is the Divine Tree able to open up spatial passages? Isn't it better to just let the real doors stay in those doors? All the doors could be real. Tisk, who knows? That's just your guess. Natsuki casually said. Anyway, the Divine Tree can open up spatial passages, right? It's also possible that all those doors are fake. All the doors are fake. Wu Yan was stunned. His eyes lit up when he thought of something. Sylph. Wu Yan turned around and looked at Sylph. Go and push it again. Sylph looked at Wu Yan suspiciously. When she saw the light in his eyes, she knew he must have noticed something. She didn't waste any time and pushed open one of the doors. Just like before, a bright light shone on Sylph and hypnotized her. The moment Sylph closed her eyes, Wu Yan dashed forward and hugged her before backing away. Wu Yan slapped Sylph's cheeks to wake her up. Wu Yan scanned the doors around him. He took in all of the doors with a single glance. Not long after, the doors stopped moving and Sylph woke up. The first thing she saw was Wu Yan's smirk. Sylph's icy blue eyes rippled when she saw this. Did you find something? Wu Yan looked at Sylph's face and smiled. I guess you can say that I found something. Wu Yan let go of Sylph and sighed helplessly. However, I feel like we've been toyed with. Sylph frowned. Every time we push open a door, all the doors will move and change their positions, right? Yes. Wu Yan chuckled when he saw Sylph nod her head. But when I looked at the doors, I noticed that they weren't moving at all. They weren't moving at all. Sylph was surprised. That's right. Wu Yan took a step back, opened his arms and said in a clear voice. Actually, it's not the doors that are moving, it's the walls around us. What? Sylph's expression changed. She looked around and noticed a problem. What? Sylph's expression changed. She looked around and noticed a problem. Sylph paused at the entrance of the cave. She pondered for a moment and spoke. If I'm not mistaken, the entrance wasn't in that position in the beginning, right? Wu Yan looked at Sylph in surprise. I didn't expect your memory to be that good. So it's really the walls that are moving. Sylph ignored Wu Yan's praise and went into deep thought. But what does that mean? That's right. That means your memory isn't as good as ours. Wu Yan cracked a joke before changing the topic. Didn't you notice? Those doors are constantly changing positions under the movement of the rock wall. It looks like they are arranged in an orderly manner, but if you don't count the horizontal rows and look at the vertical rows, the doors of each staircase are not arranged in an orderly manner. There's only this row. Wu Yan pointed at a certain direction and he enunciated each word clearly. Only this row of vertical doors, from top to bottom, is very neat. Sylph's eyes flashed with a glint. I mean. Wu Yan smiled as he looked at the neat rows of doors. The door to the core palace is in this position. Chapter 1089. The door to the core palace is in this position. In an instant, there were no other sounds in the surroundings. Only the words that seemed to have substance reverberated in the air and reverberated in the spacious cave. Sylph closed her eyes as she stared at the neatly arranged doors. She tried to find a loophole in Wu Yan's words but she couldn't find anything. Sylph didn't find any flaws in Wu Yan's words. Instead, she had a strange look in her eyes. It's like she's praising him, she's happy, she's proud, she's all mixed up. Sylph nodded and looked at the row of doors. Then, she sized them up. Then, which door can lead to the core palace? Have you already discovered it? Yes. That's why I said we were fooled. Wu Yan said with a bitter smile. Who told you the real door is behind those doors? Sylph was taken aback when she heard this. She was sure she didn't mishear him. Wu Yan did say the door to the core palace is in that position. Sylph frowned and revealed her eyes to Wu Yan. She didn't say anything but it's obvious she was waiting for Wu Yan's explanation. If my guess is correct, the door to the core palace should be in that position. Wu Yan looked at the row of doors and then at the entrance of the cavern. He smiled. At first, I thought the same as you. I thought that the door to the core palace should be on the only row of neatly arranged doors. However, there were at least dozens of doors in that row, if not 100. I can determine the location but I can't pinpoint which door it is. The guardian tree wouldn't have set it up like that. Furthermore, if the doors of the core palace are really in the neat rows of vertical doors, then there is no need for the rock walls to move when the doors change positions. With the power of the guardian tree, there is no need for the rock walls to move when the doors change positions. It shouldn't be that hard to make the doors move on their own, right? Therefore, if the real door is behind that row of doors, there's no reason why the rock wall is moving. There's no reason why the rock wall is moving, right? That's right, there's no reason why the rock wall is moving. Sylph's blue eyes glowed brighter as she listened to Wu Yan's explanation. As the light grew brighter, Sylph seemed to have realized something and shifted her gaze to the entrance. Wu Yan chuckled at her reaction. Looks like we share the same thought. Wu Yan looked at the entrance of the cavern with Sylph. That's right. There's only one reason why the rock wall is needed to change the position of the door. He pointed at the entrance of the cavern with one hand and pointed at the bottom of the row of doors with the other. His thunderous voice echoed in the cavern. Through the movement of the rock wall, the entrance tunnel will be moved to the bottom of the vertical row of doors. That's the fundamental reason why the rock wall needs to move. Moving the entrance of the cavern to the bottom of the row of doors would mean that the entrance of the cavern is located at the center of the cavern. That should be the entrance to the core palace we're looking for. That's just my guess. Wu Yan shook his head and laughed. That's why I said we've been fooled. The guardian tree has been telling us about the entrance of the cavern since the beginning. We're not looking for the door to the core palace, we're looking for the entrance to the core palace. The guardian tree, it really knows how to create blind spots. Ah, of course. That's just my guess. Wu Yan scratched his cheeks and he shrugged in an unconfident manner. As for whether that's the truth or not, I can't guarantee. I think it's very likely. Sylph raised her head as if to encourage Wu Yan. All the doors here are the same. Only the entrance passageway is different. There must be a special reason for it to be special. Moreover, until now, those doors have been opened and closed, giving us no chance to enter and explore. Only the entrance passageway is the only way to pass through. That's why I agree with your guess. Let's give it a try. Wu Yan's lips curled into a happy grin as he nodded. You're right. Let's give it a try. Wu Yan and Sylph looked at each other. They started pushing the doors again. There's only one way to make the cavern move, and that's to open the doors. All they have to do is open the doors and let the doors create illusions and dreams. Once Wu Yan and Sylph are freed from the illusions, the doors will automatically close and the entrance will move. He didn't know how long it took, maybe half an hour, maybe an hour. He pushed open the doors and dealt with over 100 dreams and illusions. In the end, Wu Yan dealt with one of the illusions. The entrance was finally connected to the vertical doors that were lined up neatly in front of him. Wu Yan and Sylph looked at the entrance at the bottom of the neatly arranged doors. Wu Yan and Sylph looked at the entrance with uncertain expressions. After all, it's only Wu Yan's guess that the entrance will become the entrance to the core palace when it moves to the bottom of the neatly arranged doors. Moreover, even if the entrance passage was shifted to that location, there would still be no changes. That was the fundamental reason why the two of them were hesitant. After a long time, Wu Yan took a deep breath and his gaze sharpened. Let's go. Sylph nodded. She followed Wu Yan as they entered the passage. Wu Yan and Sylph didn't notice anything amiss. The moment they entered the passageway, a series of ripples appeared around the passageway, turning into a fluorescent light that resembled the surface of the water. Wu Yan and Sylph entered the passage and it looked like they just walked into a calm lake. Ripples appeared on the surface of the lake as they disappeared into the water. The cave once again returned to its usual deathly stillness. The moment they entered the entrance, Wu Yan and Sylph felt a blinding light that forced them to close their eyes. Before they could react, the light disappeared. When they opened their eyes again, they were no longer in a cold and gloomy cave. Instead, it was a miraculous sight. A truly miraculous sight. In this place, there were no walls, no ceiling, and no floor. In all directions, there was a barrier formed by water waves. Wu Yan and Sylph looked like they are standing on water. Every step they took caused ripples to appear on the surface of the water. The walls around them are also made of water. Above their heads, there are tree roots as thick as a mountain peak. It's a majestic sight to behold. As for how big this place is, the two of them have no idea. It feels big and small at the same time. It's a strange feeling. In front of Wu Yan and Sylph are 7 pools of different sizes and colors. The colors of the water in the pool were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The colors were exactly the same as the colors of the rainbow. Together with the palaces formed by the water in all directions, calling it a wonder would be an understatement. Wu Yan and Sylph regained their senses from the beautiful scenery around them. They scanned their surroundings, and when they made sure they were out of the cave, they looked at each other in confusion. Wu Yan looked around and smiled with uncertainty. It shouldn't be another dream, right? It's not a dream. This isn't a dream. Natsuki's voice came from inside Wu Yan's body. You're very conscious right now. I can feel it. Is that so? Wu Yan asked with a bitter smile. It can't be helped. The scenery in front of them is too beautiful. It's so beautiful that it feels like it's not real. It was understandable for him to think of it as a dream. Chapter 1090. It's not a dream. Following Natsuki's words, Sylph also voiced her opinion in a cold voice. Although this place is a little too dreamy, there's a strong sense of presence here that's not present in dreams. Inside the cave, Sylph has fallen into dreamscapes countless times. She now has a certain understanding of them. That's why her words don't sound very convincing. However, given Sylph's personality, the fact that she can say something like this means that she has a lot of confidence in her feelings. Also, Sylph seemed to realize that her words aren't very convincing. She slowly closed her eyes and opened them again. A surge of icy blue mana surged out from her body. My mana has recovered. Wu Yan was stunned when he saw the icy blue mana surging around Sylph. He quickly raised his hand to circulate the mana in his body. Wu Yan easily ignited the magic power that could only circulate and not be mobilized. Wu Yan raised his hand and the magic power started swirling around him like a whirlwind. It looked like a flame in the middle of a fire. It's extremely agile. It had only been 2 or 3 days since his mana had been shackled, but now, it seemed that his mana had been shackled. Wu Yan felt a sense of nostalgia when he tried to circulate his mana again. With a thought, the mana flame in his hand began to change shape. Such outstanding control over magic power was probably at the pinnacle of all life forms that cultivated magic power. This is all thanks to Wu Yan's infinite arms refinement. If he didn't, he would have to practice for at least a few hundred years to reach his current level of control over mana. Only then would he be able to reach this level, of course. Wu Yan isn't the only one who's basking in the joy of regaining mana. Even Sylph couldn't help but feel excited. She circulated her mana around her body. After a while, she finally regained her mana. After a while, the two of them recovered. They retracted all their mana back into their bodies. Shortly after, their attention was drawn to the 7 colorful pawns. Is this the core palace of the domain of gods? Wu Yan scratched his head. He sounded suspicious. Didn't you say that the treasures of the domain of gods are in the core palace? How come I don't see anything? All right. Sylph nodded. She remained silent for a while. Then, she started walking towards the 7 rainbow-like pools. Wu Yan shrugged and followed after her. In front of him, there were 7 pools of different colors and sizes arranged in an irregular pattern. The bright-colored water surface didn't have any ripples. Vaguely, waves of fluorescent light of the same color as the water in the pools rippled on the surface of the water, twisting like an aurora. It was very dazzling. There were 7 pools of different colors and sizes. The largest one was about 100 meters tall while the smallest one was less than 10 meters tall. The difference was huge. Wu Yan and Sylph arrived at the red pool, the smallest one. They lowered their heads and looked into the red water. The water in the pool was bright but clear. There wasn't a hint of filth in it. When Wu Yan and Sylph arrived at the red pool, the distorted glow on the surface of the red pool flickered and condensed into a line of words. Members of the imperial family of the 3 empires and the Guardian clan who have reached rank May 6th enter the domain of gods. Wu Yan and Sylph felt relieved when they saw this line of words. They looked at the other 6 pools with more understanding. The minimum requirement to enter the domain of gods is to be a member of the imperial family of the 3 empires and the Guardian clan. One must also be at least rank 6. Since there were pools for 6th-stage cultivators, then there should be pools for 7th stage, 8th stage, 9th stage, or even demigod stage cultivators, right? Thinking of this, the two of them left the red pool and strolled around the pools of other colors. The truth was just as the two of them had imagined. The orange pool had the words, members of the imperial family of the 3 empires and the Guardian clan who have reached rank May 7th enter the domain of gods. The yellow pool had the words, "Members of the imperial family of the three empires and the guardian clan who have reached rank May 8th enter the domain of gods." The green pool had the words, "Members of the imperial family of the three empires and the guardian clan who have reached rank May 9th enter the domain of gods." The green pool had the words, "Members of the imperial family of the three empires and the guardian clan who have reached rank May 9th enter the domain of gods." The blue pool had the words, "Members of the imperial family of the three empires and the guardian clan who have reached rank May 9th enter the domain of gods." The 6 pools of different colors symbolize the difference between the ranks of the imperial family of the three empires and the guardian clan. According to the words, only those who meet the requirements can enter the domain of gods. Apart from them, no one else can enter. Wu Yan has already tried this. Apart from the green pool, Wu Yan has also tried the red, orange, yellow, green and blue pools. When he stepped on them, it was as if he was standing outside. Wu Yan could only stand on the surface of the water, he couldn't enter the water. Only the green pool soaked his feet when he stepped on it. This means that only the green pool can be accessed by Wu Yan. Sylph was the same. However, the pool she can enter is yellow. Only the purple pool, which is also the largest one, didn't have any words on it. Naturally, this strange pool attracted Wu Yan and Sylph's attention. Both of them can see that the requirements of the 7 pools are related to the size of the pool. The larger the pool, the higher the rank of the person who can enter it. If the treasures in the place of gods were in these pools, then the value of the treasures in these pools would be determined based on the level and size of the treasures marked on the pools. In other words, the larger the pool and the higher the rank of the pool, the more valuable the treasure and the more powerful the effect. In that case, if there were treasures in this unmarked purple pool, which was larger than the blue pool at the demigod level, what level would they be at? With that thought in mind, Wu Yan and Sylph approached the purple pool. They were the closest to it. Buzz! Suddenly, the purple pool in front of the two of them began to tremble. Wu Yan and Sylph were shocked. They wanted to back away, but a long whistling sound came from the bottom of the purple pool. It echoed throughout the entire palace. Before Wu Yan could react, the crimson spatial ripples of the Gate of Babylon appeared on its own. However, it was different from the usual opening of the Gate of Babylon. This time, the crimson spatial ripples fluctuated violently and spread rapidly. Even the ripples were trembling, as if they were hit by something. Not long after, a small stream of light flashed out from within. Wu Yan watched as the small ray of light shot out from the Gate of Babylon like a beast that just broke free from its cage and shot towards the purple pool. He caught the ray of light and held it tightly in his palm. It was then that Wu Yan and Sylph realized that the ray of light was a black ring. The ring of power. The moment they saw the black ring, their expressions froze. Ring of power. Buzz buzz buzz. At the same time, the purple pool trembled violently. It was like a mother who saw her child in the hands of a bad person. The whistling sound from the pool became more and more urgent. Wu Yan tightened his grip on the ring of power after witnessing all of this. It seems like the key to the ring of power is inside the purple pool, let's go in together. Sylph said without hesitation. No way. Wu Yan didn't even think about it before objecting. Nobody can be sure that there's nothing inside the pool other than the key to the ring of power. If Sylph goes in, their trip to the domain of gods will be in vain. Chapter 1091. Sylph once said that she doesn't have high hopes for the god domain. She believes that even without the help of the god domain, she can still reach unimaginable heights. You can call it self-confidence, pride, or even self-deception, but her words are true. She doesn't have high expectations for the domain of gods, she isn't even curious about it. After all, she's the Ice Princess. Regardless, Sylph is still the most outstanding member of the royal family of the other two empires. She's the most dazzling prodigy among the younger generation of the 3 royals and the 9 great clans. If a prodigy like her doesn't gain anything from the domain of gods, she'll be looked down upon by the 3 empires and the 9 great clans once she leaves the domain of gods. When that happens, Sylph will fall from her pedestal. Of course, with Sylph's personality, she won't listen to those who belittle her. However, Wu Yan doesn't want to see that happen. Ever since Sylph confided in him and he accepted her as his fiancée, Wu Yan made up his mind. For the sake of his fiancée, he must pass the test of the divine tree and come to the core palace. Now that he is here, Sylph can get whatever she wants from the god domain. Wu Yan won't let her give up on the chance to evolve. She would accompany him into the purple pool, which he didn't know if it would bring him any benefits, to search for the key to open the ring of power. Sylph seemed to have seen through Wu Yan's thoughts. Her eyes flickered and she spoke resolutely. I don't care. But I do. Wu Yan raised his voice. He had a serious expression on his face. Since you're already here, all you need to do is to enter the yellow pool and you'll be able to obtain the opportunity to transform. Not only will your talent be improved, but your strength will also increase greatly. There's really no need for you to follow me in for a groundless key. This isn't just about you. Sylph looked straight into Wu Yan's eyes. This is about the safety of the entire Spalier world. I am the princess of the Ailu Empire. I will not run away from this. Then let me ask you, what can you do even if you enter the pool? Wu Yan said angrily. Let's not talk about the situation inside. If I can't handle it, I will. Do you think you can handle it? Sylph didn't say anything. She just stared at Wu Yan with her emotionless eyes. Her eyes are filled with stubbornness. Obviously. She didn't give up on entering the purple pool with Wu Yan. Wu Yan felt angry and helpless at the same time. He clenched his teeth and he said something that made Sylph's heart skip a beat. I know you don't care about what others think, but what about your own feelings? With his height advantage, Wu Yan looked at Sylph's pretty face. Don't you think that your current strength isn't enough to stand by my side? Sylph's eyes rippled violently. She lowered her head and remained silent. I may have just entered Tier 9, but no one in the entire Spalier world can break through to Tier 9 at my age. Wu Yan said something so insolent for once. I am confident that I can reach demigod rank in 5 years. Sylph looked up at Wu Yan with surprise. Demigod rank in 5 years. Does he know what he's talking about? If it was that easy to reach demigod rank, how could there only be 5 out of the billions of cultivators in Silveria? Among them, the 3 guardian gods had to rely on the support of the land of divine spirits to become demigods. Without the land of divine spirits, they wouldn't have the confidence to reach demigod rank. Under such circumstances, where did Wu Yan get the confidence to say he could reach demigod rank in 5 years? Even if I can't reach demigod rank in 5 years, I am confident that I can reach peak Tier 9. Wu Yan's words struck a chord in Sylph's heart. As for you, Sylph, are you confident that you can reach Tier 9 in 5 years? Sylph remained silent. In the history of Silveria, the youngest person to reach the 9th tier was only 35 years old. Wu Yan reached Tier 9 in his 20s and broke the record of being the most talented person in the Spalier world. Sylph may be a few years younger than Wu Yan, who spent 3 years in the sword and saber world, but she didn't dare say that she was more talented than a 35-year-old super genius. In other words, even if she can reach Tier 9, she doesn't think she can do it before 35 years old. But now, she still had more than 10 years to go before she turned 35. Reaching Tier 9 in 5 years? Sylph has a strong sense of pride, but that doesn't equate to arrogance. That's why she can't make that kind of promise. If she can get help from the domain of gods, then she might be able to do it. Sylph doesn't want Wu Yan to shoulder the fate of the Spalier world alone. But at the same time, with Sylph's pride, she wouldn't be willing to hide behind her other half. At the very least, she has to be qualified to stand beside Wu Yan. She has to admit that the current Sylph is far away from Wu Yan. Perhaps, the domain of gods will give her the chance to stand beside Wu Yan. Sylph was caught in a dilemma with two choices and two objectives. Wu Yan's next sentence dispelled all of Sylph's hesitation. Did you know? Among the girls around me, even the weakest one has the strength of a peak tier 8. Sylph's heart tightened. She clenched her hands into fists. Among the girls around me, even the weakest one has the strength of a peak tier 8. Sylph is only a mid-tier 8 right now. Wu Yan's heart softened when he saw how Sylph lowered her head. He grabbed Sylph's shoulders and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't mind if it's me. I've never expected my other half to be able to keep up with me. But with your personality, I'm sure you'll regret it in the future." Of course. You should know the other reasons better than I do. You might not care about it, but I don't want to see it. I can't bear to see it. Wu Yan raised her head and looked into her eyes. Now, the opportunity is right in front of you. If you give it up, I will feel sorry for you. The light in Sylph's eyes flickered. After a long time, she finally nodded. She turned around and walked towards the yellow pool. Sylph stopped at the edge of the pool. She didn't look back, but she left a message. Be careful. Mana surged from her body and she leaped into the yellow pool. She disappeared from Wu Yan's sight with a splash. Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief and complained. Good thing I convinced her. I was afraid she would be too stubborn. You should be happy that your little girlfriend wants to be with you so badly. Natsuki's voice was barely audible. You have the system, don't you? There should be items in the system that have the same effect as the items in the domain of gods, right? Why are you so against it? Well, that's true. But don't you think it's weird to give up on the treasures in front of you and pay the price to get a replacement? Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Besides, as I said, if something unexpected happens in the pool, it's not wise to drag Sylph down with us. It's fine as long as you think it's fine. Natsuki said nonchalantly. That's fine too. At least you can use your girlfriend's strong self-esteem in the right place. She should be able to improve by leaps and bounds after leaving the domain of gods, right? Be careful not to let her catch up to you. Well, I don't have that much self-esteem and I'm not a male chauvinist. Wu Yan smiled and waved his hand. But no matter what, our method of improvement is different from Sylph's. If you push me too far, I will challenge all the tier 9 powerhouses in the Spalier world. Wu Yan turned around and he looked at the purple pool that is still trembling. He gripped the ring of power in his hand and he jumped into the pool. Ripples appeared on the surface of the pool and as time passed, the ripples slowly disappeared. What Wu Yan didn't know is that this is the first time anyone has entered the purple pool since its creation. Chapter 1092. The purple water ripples like poison. The water in the purple pool looked like some kind of poisonous liquid, but the clear color strangely gave people a feeling of vitality. Bubbles of various sizes fused and supported each other in the limited space. From the outside, the purple pool covered an area of more than 100 square meters, which was considered very wide. But in fact, the pool water inside was even deeper. Since entering the purple pool, Wu Yan has been diving down at breakneck speed. He didn't use a lot of speed or teleport, but he's still moving at a speed of 10 meters per second. Even so, it has been 15 minutes since he entered stealth and he still hasn't seen the bottom of the cave. Fortunately, he used a skill to move freely underwater before entering the pool. Otherwise, with Wu Yan's lung capacity, who knows how many times he would have died. As a true ancestor, even if he died, he would be able to come back to life. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes roamed around the purple pool, trying to find something. Unfortunately, all he can see is the same purple pool. Other than that, Wu Yan hasn't even seen the bottom of the pool. One can only imagine how deep the pool is. While diving down, he looked at the ring of power on his finger. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in the pool, he would have died. Wu Yan wanted to take a deep breath to suppress his impulsive emotions. If you look closely, you can see that the ring of power on Wu Yan's finger is emitting a faint and gentle light. This phenomenon is enough to explain a lot of things. For example, the key to the ring of power is in the purple pool. Another example is that it's time to open the ring of power. That was what he said when he saw God Ailu's projection in the Ailu Empire's treasury, if one day the disaster Ailu spoke of happens, then he would be able to search for the key to open the ring of power in the land of God according to the destination on the map that he gave him. But the location with the key to open the ring of power had been sealed by Ailu. Only when the disaster is about to happen, the seal will be lifted. At that time, with the ring of power, he will have the qualifications to enter the land of gods. Now, in this purple pool, there was a high possibility that the key to opening the ring of power was in there. If what Ailu's projection said is true, then there should be a seal placed on the purple pool. But I'm here. In other words, the disaster Ailu spoke of is about to happen. Thinking of this, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a little restless. Disaster or whatever, it's a really unrealistic and troublesome word. He bitterly smiled and shook his head. He sorted out his thoughts and he increased his speed. He cut through the purple water around him and he flew down in a straight line. Time quietly passed. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the purple world that had never changed before had a different shade of color. The talking eyes lit up and he increased his speed as he dived down. His gaze locked on to the corner of the cave that is flashing with a different color as he got closer and closer to it. As Wu Yan dived deeper and deeper, the bottom of the purple pool appeared. At the bottom of the pool, Wu Yan could see a palace shining with a crystalline light. Wang! The moment he saw the palace, the ring of power in Wu Yan's hand shook. The gentle light it emitted became brighter. Seeing this, Wu Yan muttered to himself for a moment. He used a spatial magic and instantly appeared above the palace. The entire palace was bronze in color, just like the imperial palaces of the old era. It wasn't dazzling with gold and jade, but there was an extremely ancient aura reverberating from it, as if it was trying to prove to outsiders that it had gone through a very long period of time. Feeling that ancient aura, for a moment, Wu Yan felt like he saw the river of time. Even his mind went blank for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he looked down at the palace with a slightly shocked expression. It was just a palace, but it had the effect of intimidating people. Even Wu Yan, who had reached the 9th stage, couldn't avoid it. This palace in front of him was extraordinary. Wang, wang. On his finger, the ring of power became brighter and brighter. It even vibrated as if urging Wu Yan to hurry up and enter the palace. This made Wu Yan hesitate for a while. Wang, perhaps it felt Wu Yan's hesitation, the ring of power became impatient. With a strong vibration, it shot directly towards the palace. Naturally, Wu Yan, whose finger was still connected to the ring of power, was caught off guard and was brought over by the ring of power. Wu Yan didn't have time to think about what's going on before he was sent crashing into the wall of the palace by the force of the ring. Just as Wu Yan was waiting for the pain to come, who knew that the moment he touched the palace wall, his body passed through the palace wall. He didn't even feel the slightest touch. It was as if he didn't hit anything but a mirage. His vision blurred and he entered the palace. In the air, Wu Yan floated in the air and scanned his surroundings. This was the interior of the palace. It was surrounded by bronze walls, and the ceiling was also covered by a thick bronze barrier. It was hard to believe that someone had just come in through that barrier. Other than the 4 bronze walls, the ceiling and the floor, there was nothing else in the palace. No, it's not that there's nothing. At the very least, at the end of the palace, there was a normal-sized ancient tree that looked like the guardian tree. In front of the ancient tree, there was a small pool. After silently observing the interior of the palace for a while, Wu Yan could only discover these things. What was strange was that the palace was clearly at the bottom of the purple pool, but the inside of the palace was completely hollow. Not only was there air, there was even a small breeze that kept floating in here. Sigh. Wu Yan sighed inexplicably. As expected of the realm of gods, whether it's the core palace or here, there are all kinds of strange things. I've learned a lot. His body slowly flew towards the ancient tree and the pool. As he flew, he kept descending. When his feet touched the ground, Wu Yan was already at the edge of the pool. First, he looked at the pool in front of him. This time, the water in the pool was very normal. It wasn't colorful, it was transparent and clear. It was very, very normal water. On the surface, it looked like this. Then, Wu Yan raised his head and looked at the ancient tree, sizing it up. Buzz buzz. The ring of power trembled violently, the light it emitted became more and more intense. It was very dazzling in the dark palace. As if it was responding to the ring of power, the green leaves on the ancient tree's crown flickered with a faint green light. It slowly circulated on the surface of the tree. Buzz buzz buzz. The ring of power became more and more violent. Wu Yan could clearly feel a force that was neither strong nor weak reverberating in his hand. Looking at the ring of power in his hand, Wu Yan hesitated for a moment. Then, he pulled out the ring of power from his finger and threw it into the air. Buzz! Like a wild beast that regained its freedom, the ring of power trembled again and let out a joyful buzz. It hovered in the air for a moment before it turned into a stream of light and shot towards the ancient tree. Under Wu Yan's gaze, the ring of power arrived at the ancient tree's trunk. Its flying figure suddenly stopped and sank into the tree trunk. As the ring of power sank into the tree trunk, the part of the ancient tree that was invaded by the ring of power became transparent. The ring of power's figure was clearly floating inside. Wu Yan could also see threads of light flowing into the ring of power. Rustle rustle. Just as the ring of power entered the tree trunk, the ancient tree suddenly shook, and the sound of leaves rubbing against each other echoed in the palace. The green light circulating on the tree crown expanded and projected out. It gradually condensed into a figure. Chapter 1093. In the space where the soft light was flowing, the figure that emerged seemed to be in the water, floating up and down without being affected by gravity amidst the rustling sound of the ancient trees rubbing against each other. Such an incredible scene gave off an extremely natural feeling, as though it was supposed to be like this. The entire scene was completely natural. Looking at the blurry figure, Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and subconsciously clenched his fists. It was for no other reason than the fact that he had seen this figure once before. It's in the Ailu Imperial Palace's treasury. That was the projection of the divine-level expert Ailu. This figure doesn't have a face or form, it's just a luangua. No one would be able to tell who this person is, but Wu Yan is 100% sure that this is Ailu. It wasn't just because of his speculation about the current situation. More importantly, this figure didn't have the slightest bit of aura, but it seemed to be indomitable and exuded a suffocating sense of existence. So far, Wu Yan had only encountered such a person in one situation, that was when he was in the Ailu Empire's treasury. Staring closely at the floating figure, Wu Yan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He was no longer affected by the natural presence. As though sensing Wu Yan's gaze, the floating figure paused and stopped. The head of the figure wriggled slightly, as if it was lowering its head. At this moment, if the figure had a line of sight, it should have been on Wu Yan. Then, a familiar voice filled with vicissitudes of life reverberated through the entire bronze palace like an echo. Sigh. It was obviously just a projection, but the sighs that contained various complex emotions were well expressed. Listening to the endless sighs, Wu Yan suddenly had a feeling. He felt that the god-level expert in front of him was very powerful. He seemed a little pitiful. This feeling puzzled Wu Yan because he couldn't explain why he felt this way. Ai Lu's projection sighed and spoke up. This day has finally come. With this opening sentence, Ai Lu's voice became somewhat sorrowful. Even though I knew this day would come, I didn't wish for it to happen. But I really don't wish for it to come. After all, it's only a disaster caused by people like us who think we're infallible. Yet, the later generations have to bear all the consequences. This is too unfair. A disaster caused by you guys. Wu Yan frowned and lowered his head as if he was thinking of something. Could it be? The so-called disaster was caused by Ai Lu and the other god-level experts? Before Wu Yan could answer this question, the projection changed the topic, interrupting Wu Yan's train of thought. I don't know who the descendant is. Maybe it's someone from the three empires' royal families, or maybe it's someone who obtained my 3 rings and met my projection. Since you're here, it means the Spalier world is not far from a disaster. Ai Lu's voice sounded self-deprecating. Actually, in the beginning, I chose the location of the ring. When I was choosing the place to place the key to open the ring of power, I was troubled as well. I didn't know which place was the most suitable. However, that kind of trouble is only brought about by oneself. With my ability, if I didn't want anyone to find the way to open the ring, no one but a god-level expert would be able to do it. When he said this, his voice is still filled with self-deprecation. However, that faint arrogance of looking down on the world was clearly expressed, causing Wu Yan's heart to tighten. I'm so confident, but I chose to seal the key to open the ring of power in the land of God. Is it because the land of God has our means and the protection of the guardian tree, so it's very safe? Ai Lu shook his head, his mocking laughter echoing in the air. No, the reason why I sealed the key to open the ring of power in the land of gods was because I was deceiving myself. After all, no one can enter the realm of gods except for the royals of the 3 empires. I sealed the 3 rings outside the realm of gods so the guardians can't get them. No matter if it's sealing the 3 rings instead of choosing to leave them in the 3 great imperial families or sealing the key to open the ring of power in the land of God that no one can enter other than the 3 great imperial families and the guardian clans, it's just me deceiving myself. How sad. How sad. Wu Yan was stunned, but he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. That's right. Since Ai Lu knew that a great calamity would happen and prepared countermeasures, he should entrust these countermeasures to his descendants so that they could deal with it in time when a great calamity really happens. That's the most effective way, isn't it? However, not only did Ai Lu not do that, he sealed the method to deal with the disaster in a place no one knows about. He even sealed the key in the realm of gods where no one can enter except for the royals of the 3 empires and the guardians. It's not only a huge waste of effort, it's also a huge risk. After all, Ai Lu had no way of confirming that someone would be able to enter the location where the 3 rings were sealed in time and successfully obtain them before the calamity struck. He also couldn't be sure that the person with the 3 rings would be able to see the projection he left in the imperial treasury. He also couldn't be sure that the person who obtained the 3 rings would be from the royals of the 3 empires and enter the realm of gods. Even a god-rank expert can't predict the future. There were so many risks, but Ai Lu still chose to take such a risky step. Subconsciously, he didn't want anyone to have the means to deal with the disaster. It's not that he wanted the Spalier world to be destroyed, it's because once the method to deal with the disaster is found, it means the disaster is about to happen. Ai Lu didn't want to see the disaster happen, but he knew it was impossible. That's why he chose to lie to himself and comfort himself. If the method to deal with the disaster doesn't appear, it means the disaster hasn't arrived yet. With this thought in mind, Ai Lu chose to take the risk. Just like he said, Ai Lu decided to take the risk. He's lying to himself. Wu Yan didn't know what made a god-tier expert fall so low to the point of deceiving herself and others. She even did something so irrational. But, he kind of got the gist of it. He now understands why Ai Lu is so pitiful. The tree in the palace is the sapling of the guardian tree. Ai Lu brought up the topic again. Wu Yan looked at the ancient tree in shock. This sapling hasn't been infused with our divine power, so it doesn't have the same power as the guardian tree. However, the guardian tree is a treasure that can open space channels, create dreams, illusions, and defend against enemies to a certain extent. Although this sapling of the guardian tree is not very powerful, it has one more ability than the guardian tree, which is the ability to break all seals and barriers. With the help of this sapling, the seal on the ring of power will be broken in about 3 days. Ai Lu turned around and pointed at the pond in front of the guardian tree sapling. The water in the pool is also a treasure. It has a miraculous effect. You'll know what it is once you enter it. Consider it a small compensation for the sins we have committed against you. Ai Lu's projection put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky as if he was reminiscing about something. His sigh echoed throughout the entire space. A god-rank expert is just someone who has reached the peak of their power. If there is an omnipotent god in this world, please protect the Spalier world. The ethereal prayer became the last trace of Ai Lu's projection in this world. Then, with a shake of his body, he turned into a sky full of light spots. Chapter 1094. As the starlight dissipated, the soft light on the guardian tree's crown continued to circulate. Inside the tree trunk, the dark ring of power was moving up and down as it was filled with streams of liquid. It was like the heart of the guardian tree sapling. As it rotated, there was a faint rhythmic heartbeat sound. This faint heartbeat sound became the only sound in the entire palace. Wu Yan watched Ai Lu's projection scatter into the starlight. Ai Lu's prayer echoed in his heart. He was speechless for a long time. If he prayed for the Spalier world, that means Ai Lu didn't want anything to happen to the Spalier world. If that's the case, why did he choose to deceive himself when the Spalier world was facing such a great threat? What happened to make a god-rank powerhouse fall to such a state? What did these god-rank powerhouses do to cause a disaster that could threaten the entire Spalier world? All of these questions piled up in Wu Yan's mind, causing him to feel a bit vexed. He quickly shook his head. If he couldn't figure it out, he might as well not think about it. Wu Yan put down all his questions and began to observe the ring of power. Do you need 3 days? Wu Yan stopped paying attention to the ring of power after mumbling to himself. He looked at the pool in front of the guardian tree. A pool with miraculous effects. He looked at the water in the pool curiously. It's just ordinary water. There's nothing special about it. If there's anything special about it, it's that the water is very clear. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and pondered for a while. In the end, he decided to follow Ai Lu's advice and try the miraculous water. He was the only one in the palace. Wu Yan didn't need to be cautious. He took off all his clothes and walked to the edge of the pool. He slowly dipped his feet into the water. The pool wasn't very deep, even when they reached the deepest part of the pool. It reached Wu Yan's chest. Wu Yan looked around the pool. Then, he touched his chest and was puzzled. Didn't they say it has miraculous effects? Why does it feel like I'm taking a bath? Wu Yan's doubtful expression changed the moment he said that. He saw. The surface of the water, which was originally calm, suddenly became turbulent. Like boiling water, the pool began to boil violently. Huge bubbles began to appear on the surface of the boiling water, accompanied by the sound of bursting at the boiling point. The entire pool was surging up. Then, the boiling water flowed into his pores and into his body as if it was being absorbed by him. Wu Yan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He quickly closed his eyes and sensed his body's condition. The pool is still bubbling, bubbles are popping out of it. The clear water from the pool is flowing up his body and into his pores. It is pouring into his pores. Wu Yan's skin gradually became rosy. His face was also a little red. It looked like he was boiled by the water or soaked in a hot spring. However, if one looked closely at Wu Yan's face, they would see a trace of astonishment. This trace of astonishment gradually turned into ecstasy as time passed and the water poured into the pool. At this time, in Wu Yan's body, a large amount of clear water from the outside seemed to be washing everything in his body. It turned into a torrent and rushed at an extremely fast speed. The faint sound of water burst out from the depths of Wu Yan's body. The torrent of water rushed through Wu Yan's body again and again. Under this violent wash, everything in Wu Yan's body was slowly changing. His internal organs and tissues became more resilient. His body's essence was constantly rising. Even his 5 senses were continuously strengthening. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Wu Yan's magic power and blood vessels were also changing under the effect of the pool water. If someone could directly see Wu Yan's body, then they would see that the constantly pouring pool water was slowly melting into Wu Yan's body, seeping into all of his internal organs and flesh. It even merged into his blood and magic power. Under the effect of the pool water, Wu Yan's originally incomparably powerful magic power began to vibrate, constantly shrinking and then suddenly expanding. With each contraction, the purity of the magic power would undergo a qualitative change. With each expansion, the magic power in his body would also rise to a stronger level than before. With the continuous contraction and expansion, the powerful magic power not only became more and more pure, but even the magic power received an extremely terrifying increase. Furthermore, this scene was still going on. Compared to the changes in magic power, the changes in blood were even more obvious. In the blood vessels, the blood of a true ancestor would sometimes speed up, sometimes slow down, sometimes violent, and sometimes calm like a stream. It was abnormally active. Traces of clear pool water melted into the blood and then fiercely rushed out. Under this action, the clear pool water that originally flowed in the body gradually became turbid. The situation with the blood was the opposite. With each turbid drop in the pool water, the dark red color of the blood deepened by a bit. In the end, the blood flowing in the blood vessels flickered like a gem. However, the scouring of the pool water was still going on. The clear pool water endlessly poured into Wu Yan's body and turned into a torrent, washing everything in Wu Yan's body. In the process of washing, the clear pool water became more and more turbid. When it completely turned black, it directly vaporized into a wisp of smoke, leaving Wu Yan's mouth and nose as he breathed. Under the scouring of the pool water, everything in Wu Yan's body was developing in a good direction. His physical strength became stronger, his magic power became more powerful, and even his blood was subliming. If one had to use a word to describe Wu Yan's state, then it could only be, he was evolving. He was transforming. Every part of his body was transforming. This so-called transformation was different from the transformations that the 3 empires and the guardian clans received in the domain of gods. There were only 2 types of transformations they received, either their cultivation talent and aptitude increased, or their physical strength increased. This was also the main reason why the 3 deities had created the land of the gods. However, Wu Yan's transformation was different. Not only did his cultivation talent and aptitude increase, but his body was also improving. Ai Lu was right, the pool water does have a miraculous effect. Just as Wu Yan was enjoying the transformation of his body, his blood suddenly went berserk. Then, several different voices sounded in the depths of his mind. Wu Yan was startled. Before he could react, the magic power in his body suddenly surged out and turned into a bloody mist. It floated out of Wu Yan's body and then slightly distorted to condense into 3 medium-sized figures. The next moment, screams and screams filled the air above the pool. At the same time, Wu Yan heard the sounds of bodies splashing into the water along with the screams. Whoa! What's going on? This is... On the surface of the water, the figure who fell into the water poked his head out of the water in an extremely sorry state. His mouth was still emitting cries of shock as if he didn't realize his current situation. Only then did Wu Yan get a clear view of the figure who entered the water together with him. Natsuki. Nagisa. Kanon. Sensei. Nagisa and Kanon heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Wu Yan's voice. However, they still looked at each other in confusion. Of course. After all, he was still in a dream a second ago. When he woke up, he found himself in mid-air and fell into a pool without any explanation. Anyone would be confused. Natsuki was the only one who was awake. She looked around and raised an eyebrow. As for Wu Yan, his expression and even his entire body stiffened. That's because the 3 beautiful girls in the pool with him are completely naked. Chapter 1095. Wu Yan almost rubbed his eyes when he saw the 3 fair and tender bodies. He wanted to confirm if this was real. Unfortunately, he already saw Natsuki's body, Nagisa's body after the apron incident, and Kanon's body when she was modifying her spirituality evolution spell model. Wu Yan was certain. Everything in front of him was real. Can he choose whether or not to let his familiar wear clothes when he summons them? This somewhat brainless question flashed through his mind. Wu Yan's gaze never left the 3 seductive bodies in front of him. For a moment, he just stood there in a daze. What's wrong? Teacher. Nagisa and Kanon were worried when they saw Wu Yan looking at them in a daze. They didn't realize that they were clean. They walked towards Wu Yan with the water in the pool. Are you sick? Nagisa and Kanon didn't notice that Wu Yan's gaze followed them as they got closer. They walked up to Wu Yan and touched Wu Yan's forehead while the other touched Wu Yan's face. These 2 naive girls really thought that Wu Yan was sick. Wu Yan didn't resist, he allowed Nagisa and Kanon to do whatever they wanted to him. He stared at the 2 girls who probably aren't even 15 years old yet. Their fists are about to go up against him. The expression on his face was a little unnatural. He wanted to reach out and grab them, but he was afraid that he would be punished by the girls. Kanon was fine. Even if he pushed her down, she wouldn't complain at all. Natsuki, on the other hand, was a different story. This temperamental legal loli, sometimes even Wu Yan can't figure out what she's thinking. Nagisa was the opposite. She was too easy to read. Wu Yan knew that he could do whatever he wanted when there were only the 2 of them. However, if he did anything in front of other people, she would be furious. She would beat him up without hesitation. So, Wu Yan could only use his eyes to take advantage of her. He wanted to do other things but didn't have the courage to do so. He was a typical pervert. He was conflicted. In the eyes of the 2 naive girls, his conflicted look is something to be worried about. They stuck their bodies to Wu Yan's body and each of them hugged one of his arms. Sensei, what's wrong? We have something to tell you. Nagisa puffed up her cheeks, her big red eyes were filled with concern. Nagisa will be very, very, very angry if I hide it from her. Sensei. Kanon didn't talk as much as Nagisa. She looked straight at Wu Yan's face with her green eyes. Her pure gaze made Wu Yan feel guilty. Nagisa and Kanon were worriedly leaning into Wu Yan's arms. Natsuki's delicate face showed a hint of helplessness. If you too want him to come back to normal, think of a way to cover your bodies. Bodies? Nagisa and Kanon were stunned. They reflexively looked at their own bodies. When they saw their cool bodies, the two girls were stunned. Yuwa. Nagisa looked at her own body and then at Wu Yan, who had a fake smile on his face. Nagisa's face turned red at a visible speed. She rolled her eyes and finally, she couldn't hold back her shyness. She buried her head into the water with a whimper. Kanon was much calmer than Nagisa. She blushed and she squatted down bashfully. She hid her voluptuous figure in the water, but her green eyes were still glued to Wu Yan. Her eyes were filled with the desire to violate the rules. Wu Yan was a little disappointed to see his benefits disappear before his eyes. However, his gaze quickly shifted to Natsuki. Humph. Natsuki snorted. Her face was expressionless. She didn't try to hide her body like Nagisa and Kanon. She just stood there. It's unknown if she was pretending to be calm or if she really didn't care that Wu Yan saw her naked body. Of course, it doesn't matter if she's covered up or not. Because Natsuki is small, even if she stood there straight, the water would reach her shoulders. Under the cover of the boiling water, nothing could be seen. There was no difference at all. Sigh. Wu Yan sighed for some reason. After a moment of pity, Wu Yan hurriedly asked. How did you get out? I didn't release you. I can roughly guess the reason. Natsuki nodded and glanced at the boiling water. It should be because of the water, right? The water. Doesn't it have the ability to purify and strengthen the human body? Natsuki furrowed her brows and calmly said, individuals who come into contact with the pond water will be purified and strengthened by the pond water. If this is the premise, then it is expected that we will suddenly leave your body. After all, even though we're your familiars, we're a little special. We have physical bodies and can trigger the effects of the water. Wu Yan got a clearer picture of the situation. In other words, because you exist in my body, the effects of the pool water were triggered by you, so the pool water forced you out to be purified and strengthened by it. If you have eyes, you can tell at a glance. Natsuki lifted her chin and looked at her own body. Wu Yan followed Natsuki's line of sight and looked at her petite figure. He also saw the water rushing into Natsuki's body as it bobbed up and down in the pool. Wu Yan smiled. That's good. With the purification and strengthening of the water, your strength should increase by quite a bit, right? That might have been the case in the past. Natsuki pursed her lips. But now, we're your familiars. Only when you, the host, have enough mana will we be able to grow stronger. As for us, I don't know about Natsuki Nagisa and Hane's Kanon, but I don't have any mana left. If I want to use magic, I can only borrow mana from you. So, this pool water can at most increase our physical attributes or ability strength. The fundamental increase still depends on you, that's not bad. Wu Yan's lips curved upwards. With the help of the water, my mana will increase by leaps and bounds. When the time comes, the two of you will be able to grow stronger as well. Nayu calmly nodded and closed her eyes to observe the changes in her body. Nagisa, who heard Wu Yan and Natsuki's conversation, also closed her eyes. Of course, Nagisa didn't know much about the changes in her body. After all, she's just a normal middle school girl. She sank her consciousness into her body and handed over control to another personality. 1 or 2 seconds later, Nagisa's petite body emitted a faint blue light, just like when Aurora used her body to move. What was different was that the blue light only lasted for a short while before it dimmed down. When the figure inside appeared again, it had changed greatly. Long golden hair rippled like rainbows, blue eyes with flickering flames and a demeanor like that of a fairy. It's Aurora. the previous generation's fourth primogenitor, Aurora. However, the fourth ancestor's face was filled with panic when she appeared. She didn't know what to do. Clearly, Najisha didn't ask for her permission before she was swapped out. Wu Yan was surprised to see Aurora appear. You can change your form when you're swapping personalities. Is it because you've become a familiar? Upon hearing Wu Yan's voice, the panicked Aurora froze. Her face flushed red as she placed her hands in front of her to protect herself. She pretended to be arrogant and called out. Don't look at me with such perverted eyes. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. He glanced at Aurora's voluptuous body and revealed a dazzling smile. Uchinibu, previous generation's fourth primogenitor. Looks like your master needs to teach you how to be a proper person. Aurora shuddered at the sight of Wu Yan's dazzling smile. She had a bad premonition. Chapter 1096. Inside the ancient palace, the sapling of the guardian tree persistently emitted a soft light, illuminating the entire dark space. Inside the pool, Wu Yan, Natsuki, Kanon, and Aurora had their eyes closed as if they were sleeping. They didn't move at all. The bubbling water in the pool split into 4 torrents as it flowed into their bodies, purifying and strengthening their bodies. This scene continued until now after Wu Yan used some unknown method to teach Agurola a lesson. During this time, the 4 of them didn't say a word. They didn't even open their eyes. They just quietly stayed in the pool, enduring the purification and strengthening of the water. Those who didn't know would think that they had already fainted. Therefore, the entire bronze palace returned to its previous deathly silence. The only signs of activity were the liquid flowing into the rings of power from the guardian tree's sapling, the soft green light emitted from the tree crown, and the pool water that continued to flow into Wu Yan, Natsuki, Kanon, and Agurola's bodies. In this deathly silent environment, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 5 days, the boiling level of the water in the pool was much lower than before. Even the water level had decreased by a lot. In the beginning, the deepest part of the pool was as deep as Wu Yan's chest. But now, it's not as deep as before. But now, the water level could only reach Wu Yan's abdomen. 5 days had passed, but the 4 people in the pool still showed no signs of opening their eyes. In the pool, although the boiling level of the pool water was gradually decreasing, it was still pouring into their bodies, but the speed had decreased by quite a bit. In addition, the speed of the water flow was getting slower and slower. Presumably, it wouldn't be long before the purification and strengthening of the pool water completely stopped. At that time, Wu Yan, Natsuki, Kanon, and Agurola would wake up. In fact, in these 5 days, Yizichin had been very careful. Natsuki, Kanon, and Agurola didn't open their eyes at all. There was no movement at all, but the 3 of them were still conscious. While observing the changes in their bodies, they also observed the changes in Wu Yan's body through their connection with the host. It could be said that in these 5 days, the 3 of them spent at least half of their time watching Wu Yan, including Agurola, who was taught a lesson by Wu Yan. As for whether Wu Yan is in the same situation, that is something only he knows for sure. In the pool, the boiling water became calmer and calmer. The pool water absorbed by Wu Yan became less and less. The pool gradually returned to its original clear state. When the 5th day came to an end, the pool water that flowed into Wu Yan's body finally disappeared with the final infusion of the pool water. When the last pool water flowed into Wu Yan's body, the surrounding air suddenly froze for a moment. Boom! Suddenly, a huge muffled sound that sounded like a heartbeat amplified countless times resounded in the air above the pool and fiercely reverberated throughout the bronze palace. Then, Wu Yan's eyes that had been closed for the past 5 days trembled slightly before he slowly opened them. Phew! A long breath that lasted for more than 10 seconds slowly came out of Wu Yan's mouth as if he was expelling all the heaviness in his heart. After exhaling this extremely long breath, Wu Yan finally moved his body. Crackle crackle. A series of extremely loud firecracker-like sounds echoed without any warning as Wu Yan moved his body. It was as if he had not moved for a long time and his joints were rusty. His movements were somewhat unnatural, but it didn't take long for him to return to his previous state. Not only was Wu Yan not surprised by the crackling sounds, the corners of his mouth slowly curved upwards. Wu Yan could feel the endless magic power and his blood coursing through his veins. Clenching his fists, Wu Yan grinned. He grinned in a very joyful manner. He could clearly feel the changes in his body. The most basic change was the increase in his physical strength. Following that, his body's constitution also increased by who knows how many times. Even the speed at which he cultivated his mana had increased by several levels. Not only that, the amount and purity of his mana had increased by leaps and bounds, directly affecting the strength of Wu Yan's familiars. Natsuki, Kanon, and Agrora's current strength was still unknown, but Black and White Dragon's strength and ability had truly improved. In addition, the evolution of his bloodline also affected Wu Yan. First, it was the increase in vitality and regeneration that a true ancestor relied on the most. Next, it was the improvement of his bloodline abilities. For example, Wu Yan has 3 Red Jade modes. Kurumi's Red Jade mode, Flanderchan's Red Jade mode, and Yukari's Red Jade mode. The duration of these 3 Red Jade modes had been greatly increased. Take Yukari's Red Jade mode for example. Originally, it could only last for about 10 minutes. Now, it had doubled to 20 minutes. 20 minutes, even in a battle against a demigod powerhouse of the same level, if he was efficient, it was enough for him to fight several rounds. Not only that, with the help of the pool water, the evolved true ancestor bloodline also awakened another bloodline ability. The ability to create a blood follower. Blood follower is a unique existence in the world of Bloodlust Rampage. They are simulated vampires created by the vampires using a part of their own body. The blood follower is a loyal subordinate or companion of the vampire master. In order to live together with the vampire master, the blood follower is granted eternal life. Although they are called vampires, they are still considered humans, but they possess abilities similar to vampires. Therefore, the blood follower is also known as a human who is infinitely close to the demon race. In the world of blood frenzy, humans who had their blood sucked by vampires would not immediately change. Instead, when the vampires used their fangs to inject their own blood into the other party's body, if the vampires injected their own blood into the other party's body, the person would become a blood follower, in other words, a simulated vampire. It sounds similar to those who were given the embrace and turned into vampires in other worlds, but that is not the case. The embrace can create vampires, but the blood follower is still considered a human. Moreover, the blood follower inherits the abilities of their vampire master to a large extent. They are not like the vampires who were given the embrace. They have the body of a vampire, but their abilities are dependent on their own abilities. Blood followers were different. The moment they were born, they were granted the right to release their master's familiars with their master's permission. It is said that based on the compatibility between the servant's body and their master's body, they can even surpass vampires, the source of infection. Similar to a specially created powerful bodyguard or companion, a blood follower was exactly that kind of existence. Unlike the vampires created by the embrace, the follower of blood was very likely to be very powerful once it was born. And now, Wu Yan has the ability to create a blood follower. Originally, creating a blood follower is an ability that every vampire in the world of Bloodlust Rampage has. Unfortunately, Wu Yan's true ancestor bloodline has the characteristics of all types of ancestors, resulting in a huge variety of bloodline abilities. He can only gradually awaken or eliminate them as his strength increases to prevent the bloodline from becoming chaotic. Now that the true ancestor bloodline has been upgraded, one of the bloodline abilities has been awakened as well. This ability is not very useful to Wu Yan himself, but Wu Yan is very satisfied with it. This bloodline ability has solved one of his problems. Of course, other than the bloodline, body, and magic enhancement, there are other enhancements as well. For example, the strengthening of his brain has increased Wu Yan's computational ability by quite a bit, resulting in the enhancement of his superpower as well. All these enhancements ultimately affect Wu Yan's strength. Then, a voice suddenly sounded in Wu Yan's mind, proving this point. Beep. User's strength has been enhanced. Based on the user's level of enhancement, system automatically replenishes experience points. Chapter 1097. Beep. User's strength increased. Based on user's level of increase, system will automatically replenish experience points. Ding. Congratulations to user for leveling up. Current level 81. Ding. Congratulations to user for leveling up. Current level 82. Ding. Congratulations to user for leveling up. Current level 83. Ding. Congratulations to user for leveling up. Current level 84. Ding. Congratulations to user for leveling up. Current level 85. Several system notifications popped up one after another. Wu Yan was stunned, but at the same time, he was overjoyed. Leveling up 5 times in one go. Don't underestimate it. For Tier 6 and Tier 7 players, leveling up by 5 times might not be a lot. But for Tier 9 players, leveling up by 5 times is equivalent to leveling up by an entire tier. Or else, when Wu Yan sparred with Entel and company wouldn't have been so surprised when they saw Wu Yan unleashing the power of a Tier 9 intermediate Tier 9. Ikaros and Astria's Pandora mode wouldn't have received so much praise from the other girls. At Tier 9, every level is equivalent to a small tier. That's why leveling up isn't as much as leveling up. But it's still a lot. Therefore, from the 9th level onwards, every level of advancement was extremely difficult. Even Wu Yan and the others felt it. Take Flandre-chan for example, she was level 82 when she was first summoned. Now that so much time has passed, she must have accumulated a lot of experience points. Wu Yan and co leveled up like crazy. Or leveled up. Only Flandre-chan. Even with all that experience points, she's only level 85. It's not hard to imagine how hard it is to level up at this point. How hard is it to level up? Elu is right. This pool does have a miraculous effect. Even if we can find something in the system, it will cost a lot of points. Wu Yan scratched his cheeks as he looked at the pool water that was boiling to the point where it almost disappeared. Also, even if I hand over everything in the ring of gold to the system, I don't know if I'll be able to gather enough points. He reluctantly looked at the lowered water level of the pool and sighed. He felt that it was a pity. After all, the pool's water was able to raise him by 5 whole levels, purifying and strengthening his true ancestor bloodline, awakening another bloodline ability, and increasing his mana by several levels. The effects were extraordinary. It would be great if he could absorb a little more of it. What Wu Yan didn't know is that although the effects of the pool water are miraculous, its effects vary from person to person. If it's a normal Spalier world cultivator, the changes won't be as big as Wu Yan's. The effect of the pool water is to purify and strengthen all elements of an individual. The other practitioners of Silveria don't have any superpowers, nor do they have any heaven-defying bloodline, so the pool water didn't purify and strengthen as much as Wu Yan. Besides, the other cultivators don't have as much mana as Wu Yan. Their body elements aren't as high as Wu Yan's. Their improvements won't be as big as Wu Yan's either. Judging from this situation, the effect of the pool water was more suitable for the magical beasts. After all, magical beasts are also very dependent on their bloodline. Their physical attributes are also much stronger than humans. If a monster king were to discover the pool water, it would probably be treated as a treasure. At this time, the pool water's boiling level suddenly decreased. The movement of the pool water became slower and slower. There wasn't much movement left. It didn't take long for the water to return to its original state of tranquility. The water that flowed into Natsuki, Kanon, and Agurola's bodies also stopped. The three girls immediately opened their eyes, revealing ripples in their eyes. Natsuki looked at herself, then at Kanon and Agora. Finally, her gaze landed on Wu Yan. She raised her chin. Looks like it's already saturated. Kanon and Agora shyly nodded. They curled up into a ball and buried themselves in the water. Their faces were red and they kept sneaking glances at Wu Yan. Clearly, they weren't as open-minded as Natsuki about exposing themselves to Wu Yan. Wu Yan shrugged when he saw Kanon and Agora's reaction. He wanted to tell them that the pool water is so clear that if it doesn't boil, he can see the bottom. Even if he's buried himself in the water, he can still see where he wants to. But when he thought of that, he would lose his benefits. He pretended not to see and asked Natsuki a question. How is it? Kanon and Agora were confused by Wu Yan's question. However, Natsuki nodded. She clearly knew what Wu Yan was asking about. The pool water didn't have much of an effect on the three of us. However, I can feel that my strength has increased a lot. I think it's because of you. My strength has increased a lot. Wu Yan is in a good mood. Kanon and Agora couldn't help but grin when they saw him like this. Natsuki's expression also loosened up quite a bit. For you guys, this pool water doesn't seem to have much of an effect. Wu Yan rubbed his chin while looking at the crystal clear pool water. But for Chuchu and Mikoto, it should have a great effect, right? I don't know. But it should be better than us. Natsuki said without denying it. She then glanced at Wu Yan. So, let's bring the water back. That's what I was thinking. Wu Yan chuckled. With a wave of his hand, Gate of Babylon's spatial ripples appeared above the pool. Wu Yan's mana surged out of his body and gathered in his palm. Then, a small magical formation rippled out from Wu Yan's palm. It looked like he was holding it in his hand. He extended it towards the pool. It's unknown what kind of power is at work. The water in the pool swirled and turned into a clear spring. It flowed into Gate of Babylon. In just a few moments, it was all sucked into Gate of Babylon. Ah! Kanon and Agora screamed when they lost the cover of the pool water. They hugged their chests and squatted on the ground. You! Natsuki finally shot a cold glare at Wu Yan. How long are you going to stare? Let us go back. Wu Yan bitterly pursed his lips. He suppressed the regret in his heart and cut off the supply of mana to Natsuki, Kanon, and Agora. The next moment, the three girls turned into pure mana and disappeared into the air. Their consciousness returned to Wu Yan's body. With a wave of his hand, the clothes that had been lying on the ground for several days returned to Wu Yan. He put them on one by one. When he was done, Wu Yan walked out of the empty pool and looked towards the guardian tree sapling. 5 days have passed. The seal on the ring of power has been broken by the guardian tree sapling. It's currently spinning in the trunk of the guardian tree. It's the same as 5 days ago, but there's no longer any strange liquid filling the ring of power. Standing in front of the guardian tree's sapling and looking at the ring of power, Wu Yan slowly reached his hand towards the trunk. His hand went through the transparent tree trunk and reached inside. He grabbed the ring of power and pulled it out of the tree trunk. At the same time, Wu Yan submerged his consciousness into the ring of power. He didn't know what he saw, but he furrowed his brows and his eyes were filled with doubt. After thinking for a while, Wu Yan finally gave up. He sighed and threw the ring of power into the gate of Babylon. He looked at the guardian tree sapling with a smirk. The guardian tree itself is a treasure. Since it's a treasure, it should be possible to turn it into a noble relic, right? The real guardian tree is sentient and has great power. If Wu Yan wants to turn it into a noble relic, he'll be attacked by the guardian tree. But since it's just a sapling with a special ability, it shouldn't be a problem. If he plants it in the behemoth forest, it'll be very useful. Chapter 1098. Overseas, Emperor Island City. It has been 10 days since the opening of the Land of Divine Spirits and the 3 imperial families left under the guidance of the Guardian Divine Tree. During these 10 days, the city of Emperor Island returned to the time before the Land of God's Spirits was opened. It was a peaceful life before the 3 great emperors came to Emperor Island. After those who were qualified to enter the Land of God's Spirits had entered the Land of God's Spirits, the guards on the Emperor Island had been the weakest for 10 days. The only people who couldn't enter the place of God's Spirits were those who didn't have high talent, aptitude, or strength. Apart from them, there were only ordinary people and low-level cultivators who didn't even have the qualification to call themselves a member of the Guardian clan. How powerful could the guards be if there were only these people? Of course, with the divine tree around, no one dared to cause trouble here. However, without the core strength, the atmosphere in the Guardian clan was heavy. After all, the Guardian clan was different from the imperial families of the 3 empires. As long as one was a member of the imperial family of the 3 empires, they could enter the divine tree. There was a limit to the number of Guardian clans who could enter the divine tree. Under such circumstances, it was only natural for those with better performance, strength, and aptitude to enter the divine tree. Without this group of people, it was not hard to imagine that the atmosphere in the Guardian clan would change. If it was not for the fact that the people from the 3 great empires' royal families had also entered the Land of God, perhaps they would have been amused by the Guardian clan's people under such an atmosphere. Fortunately, the atmosphere didn't last long. 10 days had passed. It was time for the people who entered the divine tree to return. Because of this, many people in Emperor Island were looking in the direction of the Protector Tree's platform with anticipation. They were waiting for the people who entered the divine tree to return. At the bottom of the sea, unreachable. Tree roots as thick as a mountain intertwined with each other. It was a strange scene. A majestic palace shone within the barrier of the deep sea. Water ripples seemed to be moving on the crystal walls. It was a dazzling sight. At this moment, the door of the majestic palace was wide open. It seemed like someone was going in and out. Or maybe the master of the palace forgot to close the door. It was pitch black inside. Nothing could be seen. However, if a powerhouse cultivated to a certain level, they would be able to sense a fleeting power from the pitch-black palace. That power was something that even a demigod powerhouse was not worthy of possessing. The door had remained open for 10 days. It hadn't closed at all. It was so quiet that it was shocking. All of a sudden, the wide-open doors of the majestic palace rippled with a terrifying energy. Buzz. A buzzing sound reverberated in this mystical place. It spread out in all directions. The ripple on the door kept twisting and turning. Then, it emitted a strong light. Rumble. After the buzzing sound, there was a loud explosion. The intense light on the door of the majestic palace seemed to be expelling something amidst this rumble. It shrunk and expanded. Immediately, countless figures of various sizes and heights shot out from the intense light and landed miserably in front of the majestic palace. From the sorry state they were in, it could be seen that they didn't come out of there willingly. As one figure after another flew out from the bright light, the front of the majestic palace was filled with people. By the time they reacted to the sudden situation, the silence between heaven and earth was immediately broken. Clamor resounded throughout the entire space. "Ah! They're out!" Not long after, a very small portion of the people who came out of the realm of gods laughed happily. Their faces were filled with joy. Compared to 10 days ago, this small portion of people either had a stronger aura or a unique aura. It was obvious that these people had passed the trial of the guardian tree and obtained the chance to evolve. Among them are Sylph, Carter, and Jaffer. Damn it. As for the remaining 95% of the people, their faces were covered in gloominess, and strands of gloominess flashed past the space between their brows. They clenched their fists tightly, and their expressions were extremely unsightly. It formed an extremely clear contrast with those people who were overjoyed. It would seem that they didn't gain anything in the realm of gods. Under the gazes of these two distinct groups, a strong light flashed at the entrance of the majestic palace once again. Then, a few more figures flew out and landed on the ground. They are the three great emperors, Carter, Geda, Weah, and the patriarch of the guardians, Entel. Everyone present cast their gazes on the four leaders and immediately sized them up, trying to see if there were any changes on them. As they sized him up, the crowd discovered that Kite and Entel's auras had changed slightly. Geda and Weah, on the other hand, were still the same as they were 10 days ago. With such a clear picture, anyone would be able to guess who had succeeded in the land of gods and who had returned in defeat. If others can see the changes in the four leaders, how can they not? Weah sighed as he looked at Geda, whose expression was a little ugly. "I didn't expect you to fail as well." Upon hearing Weah's words, Geda glanced at him indifferently. He calmed his emotions and returned to his original state. Compared to the others present, Geda and Weah were not only emperors, but they also had stronger mental fortitude. Furthermore, this was not the first time they had entered the place of God's spirits, and they had also failed in the past. Naturally, they would not perform as badly as the others. Therefore, Geda only snorted coldly and replied with such a sentence. "Next time, I will definitely succeed." "That's true." Weah nodded and turned to look at Carter, who was grinning from ear to ear. "Do you have to be so happy?" "Ha ha ha. Of course I'm happy. You've always been the strongest out of the three of us. This time, it's time for a change. How can I not be happy?" Carter laughed heartily and said to Weah in a mocking tone. "It's too early for you to be happy." Weah curled his lips in annoyance. "Even if you succeed this time, you might not be stronger than me." While Kate and Weah were arguing with each other, Geda looked at Entel and narrowed his eyes. You've reached that level, right?" Carter and Weah, who were in the middle of a quarrel, abruptly stopped talking. They both looked at Entel, their eyes revealing traces of solemnity. Seeing that Carter, Geda, and Weah were all looking at him, Entel curled his lips and nodded. "After this trip to the realm of gods, I've reached the peak of the 9th rank. Next, I will attack that realm." As expected. The three emperors looked at each other. Entel had already expected this. After all, before he entered the domain of gods, he was already extremely close to the peak of the 9th stage. Now that he had returned victorious from the domain of gods, reaching the peak of the 9th stage was nothing strange. Still, the three emperors laughed bitterly. Peak of the 9th rank. Although they were both at the 9th rank, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. At this level, one already had the qualifications to break through to a higher realm. Although Entel was still at the peak of the 9th step, he already possessed all the conditions to break through to the demigod realm. If he succeeded in breaking through, then the next time they met, they would no longer have the qualifications to be on equal footing with Entel. Carter, Gedda, and Weah were emperors, but if they were offered the chance to break through to the demigod realm in exchange for the throne, they would be more than willing to give it up. In the eyes of demigods, worldly power meant nothing. Carter sighed. If you can break through to the 9th rank, the title of the first demigod in the history of the Guardians will fall on your head. Let's hope so. Entel didn't respond to Carter's words. He didn't have much confidence that he could break through to the demigod realm. As he spoke, another ripple appeared on the door of the palace. A figure flew out from it and attracted the attention of everyone present. Chapter 1099. Inside the domain of gods, Wu Yan and Sylph spent 3 days to find the entrance to the core palace of the domain of gods. They passed the trial of the guardian tree. In the bronze palace, Wu Yan spent another 5 days purifying and strengthening himself with the water of the mystical pool, increasing his strength by leaps and bounds. It took them 8 days to finish everything they needed to do in the land of God's spirits. There were only 2 days left before the guardian tree would send them out of the land of God's spirits. Since it's not time to leave the realm of gods yet, Wu Yan wanted to use these 2 days to explore the green pond that belonged to the Tier 9 powerhouse. He wanted to see if there's anything good inside. Unfortunately, he could no longer pass through the top of the bronze palace that he should have been able to directly pass through. In other words, Wu Yan can't leave the realm of gods. This was to be expected. After passing the guardian tree's test, everyone would be able to obtain a chance to transform, but it was only limited to 1 chance. Wu Yan didn't enter the green pool, but he also got a chance to transform in the purple pool. His transformation was even more thorough than the others. The guardian tree wouldn't allow him to wander around the area after his transformation. Otherwise, God knows how many good things will be taken away by Wu Yan. Helpless, Wu Yan can only stay in the realm of gods and cultivate to pass the 2 days. Just like that, 2 days passed by. Wu Yan, who is in a state of cultivation, felt like he was being swallowed by something. He lost his sense of substance and even lost his balance. When he regained his balance and opened his eyes, what he saw was no longer the bronze wall. Instead, he saw thick tree roots and a sea view. Am I out? His body floated in the air. When Wu Yan realized what happened, gazes filled with all sorts of emotions landed on him. He furrowed his eyebrows until he saw the figures of the 3 imperial families and the guardian clans. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. His body flashed. He appeared beside Carter and the others. Entel, Gedda, and Weah's pupils shrunk. They looked at Wu Yan with shock in their eyes. When did he? Carter, on the other hand. He seemed to have thought of something and said, "Is this your space manipulation spell?" Space manipulation spell. Gedda and Weah seemed to have thought of something as well and felt relieved. So this is space manipulation spell. Space manipulation spell. Entel was the only one who was confused. Since when did such a mystical spell appear in the Spalier world? We would also like to know the answer to your question. Carter patted Entel's shoulder and glanced at Wu Yan. Too bad this mysterious little guy isn't willing to divulge anything. Wu Yan blinked when he heard Kate's words before he opened his mouth. It's just a little trick. A little trick. The 4 Tier 9 powerhouses looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Wu Yan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Wu Yan scanned the crowd and he paused when he saw Sylph, who is standing in front of the 3 imperial families. Sylph, who has been observing Wu Yan, nodded at Wu Yan. Apart from that, she didn't show any other reaction. She maintained her cold expression as if the person in front of her was a stranger. No one would believe that Sylph has done all sorts of services for a certain wolf in her current state. Wu Yan didn't mind. He nodded back when Sylph nodded at him. He didn't say anything. Words are not needed here. While Wu Yan and Sylph were exchanging glances, the others were also observing Wu Yan. At this point, everyone in the three empires' royal families and guardian clans knows who Wu Yan is. All of them wanted to know if this super genius who was said to be unprecedented in the past and might not be seen in the future, who was treated as an equal by the three great emperors and the patriarch of the guardian clans, had undergone a transformation in the land of God. That's why when Wu Yan appeared, everyone's attention was on him. They wanted to see if there was anything special about him. Unfortunately, even with their eyes wide open, they couldn't see anything special about Wu Yan. The guardian tribes gloated at Wu Yan's misfortune. Even the royals of the three empires who failed the test of the divine tree in the land of gods were rejoicing in the misfortune of the divine tree. Obviously, they thought Wu Yan was going to return empty-handed. Sylph, on the other hand, glanced at the people around her who were gloating over her misfortune. She closed her eyes and went to rest. Other than Sylph, everyone else thought that Wu Yan had failed. This included Entel, Kate, Gede, and Weya. The four high-ranking officials looked at each other before looking at Wu Yan. "Little guy, don't be discouraged." Kate smiled at Wu Yan and comforted him. "It's normal to fail. Didn't Gede and Weya fail as well? No one can guarantee that they can pass the Guardian Tree's test. I failed the last time as well, but I succeeded this time." "That's right, little friend Wu Yan." Entel smiled. "You may have failed this time, but you might not fail the next time. It's not easy for you to achieve so much at such a young age. You still have time. Try again next time." Wu Yan flinched and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He opened his mouth, and when he was about to say something, 3 streaks of light shot out from the palace gate and landed in front of Wu Yan and Co like meteors. "You're all out." A voice filled with vicissitudes rang out, as 3 beams of light appeared, heading towards the group of Type 9 powerhouses. "Lord Guardian Gods." Entel bowed respectfully. "Those who entered the realm of gods have all come out." The Guardian Tree will open up a spatial tunnel for us to return to the Emperor Island soon. Magnubi and Linya nodded. Garen glanced at Entel and smiled. "Peak Tier 9 already?" "Yes, Lord Garen." Entel puffed out his chest. "Not bad." Magnubi praised. "Now that you've reached the peak of Tier 9, you have the qualifications to attempt the demigod realm. I hope the 7th demigod of the Spalier world can be born from you." "Yes, Master Magnubi." Entel replied first before asking suspiciously. "But, isn't it the 6th? The 3 guardian deities shook their heads while laughing. Linya looked at Wu Yan. "The 6th demigod was born a long time ago. You probably won't have the chance to meet him." Ignoring Entel's reaction, the 3 guardian gods looked at Wu Yan. Their faces were tense. "How is it?" "Well." Wu Yan shrugged. "I guess it's a success." A small red ripple appeared in his palm. The black ring of power floated into Wu Yan's hand. Wu Yan tossed it to Garen. Garen was stunned. He caught the ring of power that Wu Yan tossed to him. He frowned when he felt the cold sensation in his hand. "It's best if you keep it." Wu Yan narrowed his eyes when he saw Garen's hesitant expression. After all, the 3 empires occupy the entire Spalier world. If something happens, the 3 empires will be the first to suffer. With this, it'll be easier for you to deal with it. "That's true." Garen tightened his grip on the ring of power. The hesitation in his eyes didn't lessen. "But the ancestor didn't want to give us the item in the ring of power, right?" Wu Yan felt helpless when he heard this. If he were to tell Garen that the reason why his ancestor didn't entrust the ring of power to them was because he was lying to himself, Garen would definitely attack him without hesitation, wouldn't he? "This is the best way." Wu Yan waved his hand half-heartedly. "Do you want to see your empires fall?" This. The three protectors of the empire hesitated. After a long time, they nodded their heads in embarrassment. All right then. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.